think that's fine. Let's do it at the end. But just let me know how many minutes to leave at the end. Yeah, that's better than it.
Very difficult to remember.
We have not tested the process. So when we go back, we might start again and then we jump forward.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't need to, I spend a little thought in my mind with this, so I can plan this for a moment.
These two, because the morning is going to be.
Yeah, right.
So I was wondering whose bag it was.
It's mine.
Thanks. No, no. Well, I mean, you can consider. I can see the point. What Andy is conveying, that it might be strategically okay to have at least one of them on board.
Yeah.
I wouldn't directly flood. I mean, because for us too is a crowd.
Exactly, yeah. So in that case, if we go for one session time,
Yeah.
it is up to you.
Yeah.
You just see.
Yeah, but not necessarily have to decide on this alone. But I mean, yeah, we can have a little chit chat with them,
Yeah.
and he can be there as well. He offered his services to be maybe, if need be, so he can maybe introduce them to. Yeah. If that is okay. You have met them before now, or or before also.
Before, yeah, I know.
Yeah. You know them.
I mean, especially I have been working with health insurance at the moment.
Yeah.
We were having developed a proposal for IFS.
Yeah.
And this is the program which process is using. He's planning now IPC.
Yeah.
So that was designed using the IFS model, the proposal and sent to Sashita.
Okay.
But then the issue was that they didn't want to have Stockholm. And then they went to a local office in Africa.
Okay. Yeah.
So now I know from the board. Especially very serious person, extremely serious and also really professional. And she has been working science education in Africa.
Okay.
With a big portfolio that she was having. So, and she's very serious. Okay. And the other is intellectual. If we go for this capacity,
Mm-hmm.
and that would be the entry point for us.
Yeah. That's okay. I think that we can conceptually tell them that at this instance still, because it's like the in-between phase, that we cannot go full blast. And it's also maybe for the other board members, maybe some of them might feel threatened in a way or something.
Not threatened, but actually
Mm-hmm. Malcolm,
but we have him up to 2024.
Yeah.
And Anders looks okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's first, he said,
Mm-hmm.
and I said, okay, when we were having this extraordinary
Yeah.
back now, he's saying nothing about us, so maybe
No.
he's now.
I think he calmed down a bit. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think we are, yeah, but you need some extra people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We should also, I think, tomorrow schedule in maybe some other meeting, be it virtual or under another form, for beginning next year, I guess. With what Vishnu was referring to that, and maybe also because with you being gone and then with the new configuration, it might be good to have like a closer eye on it. So yeah.
Yeah, but as we said, if you look at it frankly,
Mm-hmm.
there are this monthly meeting and there is the Monday meeting, the coordinating meeting.
Yes,
with
yes,
the staff.
yes.
So if that,
Shall I tell Jennifer that we would like to see her maybe at what time?
I have talked with her, that's what we are yesterday.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, today after this, I will tell her that
Mm-hmm.
I have a phone with the board, this is the situation. So
Mm-hmm.
I will give before you take on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Since I have given you some responsibility and maybe we're assuming that has nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like you to think thoroughly before accepting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But if you are okay with what we have already done,
Mm-hmm.
then it's what you want. Yeah. That is a delicate issue with the other stuff, so how to manage it properly. So
Mm-hmm.
the others will I mean, if it is okay, we can take a whatever,
Mm-hmm.
but not that it can be. And the problem is that we can also say we don't care about Natalie, but it will make life difficult for Jennifer, so that's not good.
Yeah, Natalie's a character. Like yesterday, she didn't show up for the
No,
morning session like this. She was there, but she was working in her office. When I went to the toilet, I saw her sitting there.
was that, and when I said, why didn't you come in? This was because she was traveling when we say letters, so the staff can join. And apparently she hasn't had, but the staff need to have and told her,
Mm-hmm.
join and come.
Mm-hmm.
I have other plans.
Yeah.
And then she closes and it creates in the environment to
Yes,
just,
I know.
yeah. And then I went to her this weekend to say, she said, but no, please come and
Mm-hmm.
for everything.
Sure.
Yeah. And also I want to present my programs when I come from home. I didn't know. Okay, sorry.
It's a bit autistic in a way. I think I'll have a refill.
Yeah, but it's 9 o'clock, somebody has to ring.
Yeah.
Just a little. I'm hearing some opening. Do you hear?
How are you?
you in control? Yes, we are there. We are there. Just going
Thank you for coming. It's a joy to be back home. It's interesting. I know.
What a beautiful report of the morning. I don't feel to stay. Well, we're proud of you. This is I actually am starting to remember how to use them too. After the pandemic, I completely forgot. This morning, I remembered to stick some in my pocket. So it's good. You're the current chair, yes, right? I recognize your name now. Okay. No problem. Make sure that. Yeah. Are there people online?
Yeah. Energetic. Yes, exactly. Yeah, is it on? Yeah, okay.
There is a lot of grammar business. Well, yeah. I try to do my best and be friendly and have some opening sentences. I really. Also, I thought in the beginning that I would have had time to try and learn it like in a formal way. Yeah. And these online courses work. Slide it and it seems that at a certain point it becomes more difficult for you. I'm a tropical agronomist, so plant oriented, and also I mix basically the botany that also is the university.
I still have this extension cord in Stockholm. So, how nice to see you all here. Welcome. Before we go for the very nice welcome, just one or two things of importance when you have gatherings like this. The emergency exits, in case something happens. I'm not going to do the airplane version, but there is one in that direction, and there is one just sort of running down the stairs that you came up. So in case there is, I guess there would be a wee 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 or something, then we go these ways and take it easy. Don't run. Right. Back again to the welcome. My name is Annika Eriksson. I work at the Secretariat of IFS. Have been doing so for almost half the life of IFS. I'm on my 22nd year there now. Goodness me, I can feel the moss growing. We are glad to see you all here to join us in the celebration of the 50 years that IFS has been in existence. You will see me pop up every once in a while during the program of the day. You have got a bag with a new program. The one that is that we gave you separately is sort of updated. But now I'm going to hand you over to the person who will guide us through the day, and that is Bill Savage, who is going to be the facilitator. Bill has been working with us at IFS for several years now, helping us with this kind of thing, with conferences and workshops and etc. And we are happy to have you with us once again.
Thank you. And before I move into some of the beginning of the program, I would like to thank Annika and Ingrid Linda. Please you stand up, Ingrid Linda? And the reason I'm saying Ingrid Linda is because we also have another Ingrid in the office, but Annika and Ingrid are truly responsible for all of us getting here and being here today. And so thank you so much to these dear colleagues for making all of these efforts. It's truly been an accomplishment. Annika has already mentioned the emergency exits. I was also told that if we do need to go outside, we go into the street. There's an obelisk in the street just across from this building, and that is where we're supposed to meet if something happens and we need to leave the facility. I also would like to encourage you to live stream, to post on social media. The hashtag is IFS, hashtag IFS50, and we are live streaming this on YouTube. So if you look at the IFS YouTube channel, we are there. And so we also say hello to all the friends of IFS around the world who may be watching us at this very moment. And so we are joined by many people. Throughout the day, I encourage you to please have this to hand. This is the anniversary booklet, which we're very thankful that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of voices that are represented in this booklet, and they also represent the good work that's been done by IFS over this half century. And at the end of the booklet, there's a statement of the objectives of the workshop or the forum today. And so, Bahati, if we could have that slide. Our primary objective today is to celebrate, and so please take every opportunity to do that with friends and colleagues, new and long time. And there'll be various moments during the day at which we'll have the opportunity to see and hear voices from grantees and others who have been involved with IFS over all of these years. Our second objective for today is going to be represented in 3 different sessions. The first in some keynotes, where we're going to be looking at issues of science for peace, prosperity, and justice, the topic of the decolonization of science, which is an issue which has been brought into the organization by its alumni, where they're very active in Africa and elsewhere in looking at some of the matters having to do with that important idea. And then we're going to be looking at the strengthening of science and impact with indigenous and local community organizations as a way into the future for IFS. And we look forward to that session, and that will be there at the third objective. And so with that, I would like to invite Dr. Tula Thierry, who is the president of this institution, EVA, and we're very pleased to be here, as I'm sure she will tell us. Her predecessor, and please recognize that this is a stretch for me, but her predecessor, Sven Brohult, was one of the founders of IFS and was the president of EVA, if I understand correctly. So please, if you would speak with us and welcome us.
Thank you very much, and I am indeed very, very pleased that you have chosen to celebrate your 50 years anniversary here at EVA. So warm welcome to all of you. EVA is an engineering academy, Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Science. It's a bit of a mouthful. But we are working towards a vision, technology in the service of humanity. And we really believe that sustainability is really the only reasonable ground for future competitiveness. And when I look at your themes in the first slide, we agree 100%. Also to the young people being, I mean, we have members, we have about 1,000 members in Sweden and about 200, 300 abroad. Many of them people who have already done their careers. And in recent years, we have been putting a lot of effort in the young people so that they are, after all, the generation that are going to build the society that we hope to promote and facilitate. So we are a national academy, but we have always, since 1919, when we were founded, promoted international perspectives in our work. And the mission really is to strengthen global networks of autonomous and science-based organizations. One of the priorities has been to support founding of engineering academies in countries where none exist yet, because we believe that academies and NGOs are a very, very good way of promoting the goals that we agree on. So it was really no surprise to me that Sven Brohult, who was, like you mentioned, the president of EVA, that he was among the benefactors and founders of this particular organization that is gathering here today. So he was a scientist, he was a dedicated scientist, and he was a visionary also, who full-heartedly promoted the principle of technology for good. And we have just extended his sentence for the good, for the benefit of society We are. This is in our DNA, to say so. So at the time of Eva's 50 years anniversary, it's a milestone that you are now reaching. Sven, was urging the Academy to work in a perspective of the next 50 years, so that we will never sort of sit back and think, okay, now we've been doing good things in 50 years, but always reach out to the future. And so the Academy listened, and we have remembered his words. So when we had our 100 years anniversary, so we had a conference with CATES, which is a global network of engineering academies, where we asked the speakers to look further 100 years and to look at, how engineering can be used to build a better world. And it was quite interesting, actually. A lot of engineers in the room, a lot of scientists, technologists, and yet many interesting scientific ideas. But the main outcome and a conclusion of maybe most, if not actually all of the speakers, was that what is the most important things in different fields and different nations is inclusion and diversity. So we cannot solve our current problems if we don't work together. And I can see that we have a friend institution here visiting Eva today. So with that also being your mission, I warmly welcome you, and I'm going to stay for a while and listen to some of your talks. So thank you so much for coming. You're so welcome, and I wish that you have a great celebration. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to introduce the chair of the IFS Board of Trustees, Professor Patrick Van Dam, who's going to offer us some welcome remarks. So Patrick, I turn the microphone and the floor over to you.
Thanks a lot, and welcome to everyone. Good morning. It's good to see some, pun not intended, old faces here. Annika started some 20 years back. I think that I've been engaged with IFS since the early 80s, starting as a reviewer and then eventually ending up here. And so, of course, in the course of events, I think I met most of you, not all of you. And so I'm very happy to see that we have this wide stakeholder presence here. It's also good to see that because of these new media, that we can go global now, even though we are only sitting here in this room. I think that we have lined up a thrilling program with some content, because I think IFS is mainly about content. And it's also about creating chances to young people, what we call the early career scientists. Oops, it's no longer there. To give them a chance, maybe also to add to the content that will feed into a more peaceful and a more sustainable and a more equitable world. So this has been our goal and our mandate. It's good to reflect back over these 50 years, also to see what kind of achievements we've had. But of course, this is like a pivotal moment, because as from today, we are looking forward to the, hopefully, next 50 years. And then maybe some of the younger people here will be able to celebrate the 100th anniversary in due course. We will be happy to have your ideas on several things, also the outlook onto the future. But of course, this is a celebrating day, so we will also be happy to host you for tonight's dinner. I hope there will be many interactions amongst all of us. I'm happy to see also that we have some maybe new stakeholders, because we have been operating much more in an academic environment up till now. But now we try to open our doors, and there's also representatives of private sector and such here present. So also here I'm looking forward to those kinds of interactions. So welcome again, and I hope you will enjoy this morning's program, which is about content. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. On the program, you'll see the name of Elizabeth Schenker, who is also an IFS board member, and she's with the Swiss National Science Foundation. Elizabeth is unable to be with us this week because she has COVID, and she's been in communication with us on the planning and preparations, and there will be a message from her, which Nagisti is going to be showing us during her presentation. And so I would now like to very warmly welcome the Assistant Director General of SIDA, who is also the Director of the Department of Partnership and Innovation, Alan Atkinson, and we're very pleased that you're here, and so we look forward to hearing words from you. So, Alan.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here. This is the home of Swedish engineering. So, as you can imagine, one wants to be very precise in such a situation. So I'm going to be a bit boring and read my remarks. I hope you don't mind, but then I'll be sure to be very precise in my delivery. So esteemed guests and IFS colleagues, IFS alumni, researchers, and friends, it is a great pleasure to be here today to celebrate the achievements of IFS over the last 50 years. SIDA is proud to have been a partner to IFS since its establishment. From the beginning, IFS and SIDA have shared the vision of the importance of supporting early career researchers in the developing world. IFS is one of the few organizations that have received support for 50 years from SIDA, which is a sign of the value that SIDA, and I would add the Swedish people, place on partnership and the relevance of the work that IFS has done over the years. Sweden, through SIDA, supports both research of high quality that is relevant to poverty and sustainable development, and strengthening research capacity in low and middle income countries. A strong emphasis is placed on the importance of locally anchored knowledge. IFS has played an important role in both the capacity building of young scientists and making research funds available to young scientists. The anniversary booklet, which I had the great pleasure of reading through cover to cover, actually, yesterday, is a wonderful account of the research that has been possible due to IFS work. And apart from the beautiful photographs and even a poem and a song lyric, I'm sorry that I haven't been able to hear someone sing My Way, or the IFS way, to the tune of My Way. That would be a wonderful thing to experience. It's such a sign of the dedication and commitment of IFS to that mission. IFS has a solid and impressive track record regarding support for individual researchers in developing countries, and over the years, more than 8,000 researchers have been supported. And a vast community of IFS grantees has been created. Each year, hundreds of researchers from low and middle income countries, especially in countries with underdeveloped research infrastructures, are supported in their ambition to conduct research relevant to national and global challenges. This support consists of individual research grants, training workshops, support for travel and equipment, and access to a network of reputable researchers. I'm going to say that not just reputable, world-class, leading. Let's add a few happy adjectives to that list. The thematic areas covered by IFS are highly relevant. Research covering the areas of biological resources in terrestrial and aquatic systems, food security, healthy livelihoods and research. These things can have a real impact on societies and on human well-being. These grants have been often pivotal for the career of young researchers, as we've heard already this morning. Although the grants are relatively small in size, they have proved to be just what is needed for researchers to be able to start their independent research career. We at SIDA like the word catalytic, and I think that's a good example of what that word means. We frequently meet prominent research leaders in our work who give testimony to the crucial role that this grant has played in their career. The grant from IFS has come at just the right time, they say, and often has meant that they've been able to access other funding later on. On average, 30% of the grants have been awarded to women. And although this average is lower than ideal, IFS have worked over the years to increase that percentage through gender mainstreaming and increasing the visibility of women researchers. Today, IFS is at a crossroads with regard to the future. The scientific landscape looks very different to what it did 50 years ago. Many positive developments have taken place in the world, and many of the countries previously defined as developing countries are now countries with a prosperous and strong research culture. And it is our belief that IFS can take some credit for this positive development in our world. The need for high-quality science is as relevant as ever. The globe is facing some of the biggest challenges ever with climate change, rising inequality, poverty, unemployment, and the loss of biodiversity and environmental degradation. And I'm sure we're all following the news from Sharm el-Sheikh. These dialogues are happening as we speak. I know that IFS are currently defining what the next chapter of IFS will look like. It's clear that the vision of IFS to support scientists in low and middle income and lower middle income countries to contribute to a global research community committed to reducing poverty and supporting sustainable development is as relevant as it was 50 years ago. I wish to thank IFS, with all its present and past staff, for 50 years of successful and fruitful cooperation, where we jointly have worked for the overarching common goal of building research capacity to enable countries to find a better future. CETA wishes IFS all success in the discussions today and in the plans for the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Alan, and apologies that I have switched the order of these two speeches, but I would now like to invite Nigisti Gizeh, who is the director of IFS, to speak to us about the 50 years, the celebration that we are experiencing today, and thank you, Alan, for your remarks.
Thank you, and thank you for switching the role, because it makes me... Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for switching the role, because what I was planning to say is exactly what Alan has said. And it's really, this is a sign of success. It's a success to say that we have been working with CETA for the last 50 years. We have been supported by CETA for the last 50 years. And that both of us, in the same voice, we are saying we have achieved a lot together. We have made our contribution to these global challenges. We have made our contribution to alleviate some of the important challenges that we are facing. So I'm going to go through my presentation and I'll say the same. Yeah, but that is really exactly what I would like to have, because thank you for CETA. You have been with us for the last 50 years, which is a demonstration of the value and the work that we are doing together, giving it value. So to go to my presentation, I would say I'll try to take you a little bit back to the history. So as you can see, the idea of IFS is born at the Pungwash Conference on Science and the World Affairs in 1965. In 1917, the idea again of establishing the support of IFS in Stockholm when during, oh, sorry. I'm more comfortable to speak like this. Establishing support for IFS in 1970 at the UNESCO conference, and this was through the Royal Swedish Academy of Science, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering Science, which is the place which we are here, plus another 16 academy institutions that have said, yes, we should go and establish the International Foundation for Science. In 1972, then, the charter of the foundation was signed, of course, by Sven Broholt, which we heard something about that, Robert Marshak, Roger Rovels, and Abdus Salam. So these are the four people, we call them the four people in black, that have established the International Foundation for Science. So now we are 50 years ahead, and we have achieved so many things. And these achievements, I'll try to present them one by one. We have, of course, achieved more than 8,800 grants that we have given for early career researchers around the world. And I just want to say, these are not numbers. These are people. These are early career researchers. We have unleashed the potential and the possibility of these people to contribute to whole issues of the global challenges that we are facing and give them a chance to think and to be critical thinkers. And they are the faces which you see them also on this booklet. The faces of these people, especially on the forefront here, these are the grantees that they got the IFS grant this year. So many people and so many talented people. So they are not only numbers, but they are people who are making change around the world. Again, we tried really to be very, very conscious about gender issues, and we have done a lot of activities in order to close the gender gap in research. And a lot has to be done yet, but we are trying to really close the gap, but more work is needed, and this is also one of the futures of the work of IFS. So what are these people trying to do? What are these grantees trying to achieve? And what are the issues that they are working? All these are linked with the Sustainable Development Goals. It is about food, it's about climate, it's about livelihood, it's about conservation, it's about biodiversity, it's all those issues which are extremely important. And when we made an assessment to say which are the SDGs that most of our grantees try to contribute, we can see no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, responsive consumption and production, climate action, and life on land. These are in general that we say the majority of our grantees has been contributing. And where are they situated? In lower and lower middle income countries. We have been working in around 105 countries. And you can see in the map here, we have current eligible countries, which are in blue, and the previous eligible countries, which are in yellow. So we have been working in Latin America, Asia, and Southeast Asia. But through the years, we have been also changing. The more countries develop, they have been supporting us. We have been collaborating with them, but we have always been focusing on the lower and lower middle income countries. Then, in addition to the research grant that we give, we also do a number of capacity enhancing activities in order to support the grantees through this grant to be able to do a scientific work, and we have different activities, and we don't do it alone. We work with a number of organizations, and throughout the years we have been organizing more than 400 workshops and other initiatives with around 12,000 participants in 76 countries. I mean, this is just to give you, because we are scientists and we like numbers. These are the numbers that I can give, but it's really, we organize these workshops. We have the trainer of the trainer thing that we not only train them, but we also see how they can train others. So there is always a multiplier effect in the activities and actions that we try to do. One of our grant is also to give equipment to early career researchers. And over the years, we have been giving around 80,000, helped 80,000 scientists which have benefited from using the IFS equipment. And this is again something that if you give an equipment to a particular researcher at a university, that equipment has been used not only by that grantee of IFS, but it has been used by the institution, which means that other researchers and other people who are not IFS grantees, they benefit from that one. And this is what we call a multiplier effect that creates into the institutions, which also is supporting the institution itself to be strengthened. Even though we work with individuals, we try to enhance their capacity to be stronger, because institutions are strong as the individuals that populate them. So if we don't have really good people, nice scientists, then the institution become also weak. So we have up to now around 10 active alumni associations, which of course they also support early career researchers through their grant in their institutions, in their departments. They organize training workshops during the evening, during their free time, and bring other young researchers. And unfortunately, we have a grantee, a board member who is just sick and sitting at the hotel now. But you can see how they really use their extra time in the evenings, and they are not paid. Nobody pays them, but they organize these workshops and these trainings for the other generation, for the early career researchers that they are maybe the people who have got a BA, a master's degree, to just support them and help them through the process of achieving grants and being scientists. Yeah, of course, we do this not alone. We have the Scientific Advisory Committee, which are around 14,000 pro bono scientific advisors, but we have got 40 plus pro bono SAC members, the Scientific Advisory Committee members, which support the IFS. And this picture, it shows, we were discussing about our anniversary last time, and they were here in Stockholm trying to help us to envision the future, what things we can do better, and these are all the SAC members discussing about that. Yeah, of course, then we have got our donors, and we have got our partners. And throughout the years, we had 33 donors and different partners which have been working with us, financing, co-financing, or working in workshops and training through different facilities. And of course, we have SIDA. Thank you again, SIDA, for your 50-year support. As Bill was saying, the Swiss National Science Foundation, SNSF, has also been with us for the last 50 years. Unfortunately, she's not here because she's sick, but I'm going to read her statement. We have partners like OPCW, Comstec, CRCA, IRD. The Carnegie Corporation has been a corporation that was supporting us for the collaborative research. And of course, we have the technical support, which we get as a present from Podio. At present, if we just see what have we done last year, we work with IRRI. We have been working with IRRI for so many years on the science capacity building and workshops to organize for early career researchers. We've been working with INASP last year. We have the INASP representative here, John, which is with us. And we have been working in Italy with the universities to support us on different workshops and trainings that we can, and 100 STEM women, which we have been actively doing activities in relation to close the gender gap. So Elizabeth, the Swiss National Science Foundation, she was not able to join us, but she's writing this. I don't know whether I have to read it or I let you read, but really expressing exactly like what Sida is saying, that they have been supporting us, and we are also with the planned IFS 2.0 approach, including a new focus on cooperation with organizations working with indigenous and local communities. They will be accompanying us for the coming 50 years. So the SNSF continues to support us, and they are also committing themselves to support us for the future. In addition to that, we have got a statement from RRI, the Right and Resource Initiative. Unfortunately, the director is in Egypt. She couldn't come, but we have been discussing with her about the work that we are going to do for the coming 50 years, or starting already now, actually, to work with indigenous people and local community rights. And they are pledging and they are supporting about the partnership, but they are also trying to put some funding to IFS, $1 million US for the coming 2 years. And this is really something which is extremely encouraging, and it's something that we really would like looking ahead for that one. So the IFS 2.0, early career indigenous people and local community researchers and scholars that we are trying to discuss this afternoon and today. It will be a discussion, and this will also form the IFS 2.0 strategy for the coming years. Yeah. So this is in short what I'd like to say, but I'd like also to present everybody here, I think, because people are sitting, many people are here, and the people that they are not coming. So we have in the hall our board members, of course, but present and past. And if it helps to stretch your legs, and if you can stand up so that people can see you, our board members and present and past board members. Say hello to everybody. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. We have, of course, the IFS Secretariat. We saw 2 of them, but we have so many other people. Yeah. We have the invited speakers. Arun. We have got some SAC members, I would say, or they have been lost on the way because of certain things. Sorry? Former SAC members. Yeah. And I just tell you that we were having a SAC event which was separate in order to link it with our evaluation system. Then we have got some partners of IFS. I can see John. Yeah, you are here. Yeah. But the other partners, they are going to, because they were not able to come, but we are going to hear their salutations through a distance video. Of course, we have got partners like SIE and the Tenure Facility, Margareta. John is not here. I can't see him here, but he was supposed to come. We have got a lot of other people which they don't have the title, but they have been as equal important for IFS for so many years. And I would like to say Alf, which has been supporting us a lot for so many years. And thank you very much. Yeah. So we have our alumni, which are also part of the panelists, if they can stand and say hello to everybody. The IFS directors, me, of course, and the previous directors. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to mention Farouk, one of the partners, which we have been working on the private sector issue. Yeah. Of course, we have a representative from Pugwash. Yeah, I think we are all. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. Yeah, the Cedar people. Yeah, where is Claire? Thank you, Claire. Yeah, I just having Cedar talking and Alan talking. Yeah. Thank you very much, really, and it's really been a nice cooperation and working conditions. And with your talk, Alan, it felt that we are partners. You are not givers and receivers. We are not the receivers and givers, but we are here together for a common cause to solve problems. And that's extremely important to hear it from a donor. because that's not always as given. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. Thank you very much for coming. It is going to be a fantastic day today. We are going to celebrate, of course, but we are also going to think and to use our intellect to look at the future and to continue our work for the future. Thank you very much.
It is a birthday party. Why? Now it's on. It is a birthday party. And when it is your birthday, you sometimes, quite often, get greetings from those who cannot be with you on the big day. We have some of those. There will be more during the day, but just a little taste now. And when it comes to the possibility of hearing the IFS way sung, who knows what happens at dinner? I turned it off. Oops. The post takes time sometimes before letters arrive.
Hello, dear old IFS community. I'm Dr. Mange Belaina Truna, researcher and lecturer at Mattu University, Ethiopia. I have received a research grant from IFS in 2019 and 2022. I would like to say congratulations to all of us to be part of this special day and event. On this special day, I would like to appreciate your timeless efforts on young scholars and researchers for their better future career in research and academia in the Global South. That's really appreciable. Currently, I'm working on the sustainable natural resources, particularly on land resources management for sustainable agricultural production and ecosystem functioning. That is actually the foundation for the economy more in developing countries and particularly in Ethiopia. Thanks for your 15 years efforts in the Global South. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Mildred Ogrindola. I am a PhD student and a 2021 IFS grantee from the Philippines. My warmest congratulations to the IFS on your 50th year anniversary. I can't thank you enough for the advanced grant that you provided me and for empowering me to carry on with my research on food system transformation in my country. I wish that you will be able to touch more researchers like me, especially in low and middle income countries. I wish you all the best and cheers to another 50 years. Thank you.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Abiodun Sholanke Ayoje Sutomi, a food safety and utilization lecturer and researcher from the Federal College of Fisheries and Marine Technology, Victoria Island, Lagos. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. I am an IFS grantee of 2019. Wow, 50 years of relevance, 50 years of impact and giving voice to the voiceless. I celebrate IFS on 50 years, and I say cheers to many more fulfilling and relevant years, even as you give voice to the voiceless and help the helpless. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, Patrick, Nagisti, and Alan, thank you for your remarks this morning. And once again, I apologize for the mix-up in the order of the program. And somehow they fit together, and it worked out very well. So thank you so much. You'll notice at the back of the room that there's a flip chart which says the reflection session sign up. That will be a session that we have later today, where we'll be taking the opportunity to have discussion with each other. If there are statements or questions or comments that you would like to make to the group based on what we hear in the keynotes, which are now coming up, or during the two panel sessions, which we're going to have later today, please just indicate your name on the sign-up sheet, and then we'll be able to have a lineup of people who we're going to be interacting with during the reflection session. As Annika has said, this is a celebration of 50 years, and so we're here to enjoy the achievements of IFS, and we also felt like it was important to introduce some ideas and some new thoughts and some new ways of moving forward for IFS. And so when we put together the forum program, we thought, what is the way that we can structure it so that we can have a genuine discussion, a genuine flow of thoughts. And what the first session is generally on the science for peace, prosperity, and justice, and we have two speakers. And we're particularly thankful to another one of our colleagues, Andy White, who is here in the room. And Andy, I would like to thank you for being involved in the organization of the program for today and for connecting IFS up with the speakers that we're going to be having during the day today. So Andy, thank you so much, and we're very grateful for your presence here today. So Andy? Yeah. Our first speaker is Professor Arun Agrawal. He is with the University of Michigan in the United States, and Arun is going to be speaking to us within this broad theme of science for peace, prosperity, and justice. And so, Arun, if I could ask you to take the microphone and take the floor, we'll be very thankful. Thank you. And the microphone is there.
Hi, thank you so much, Sam. I am excited to be here, and I'm excited to be here, and I want to thank the organizers, especially Nagisti and Andy, for inviting me to make a keynote presentation. I thought about what I would title my talk, and I had this earlier title, Research or Knowledge for Impact or Research for Impact. I came up with a slightly different title, which I think is more reflective of what I'm going to say. And the second title is The Commons as a Source of Inspiration for Future Visions. I'm going to speak from written notes, like Alan, in a concession to being in a engineering, Royal Academy of Engineering. I'll speak from my computer instead of from paper. So I am excited to be here, but I'm also grateful and humbled. Most of all, I'm inspired. I'm inspired by the history of IFS. I'm inspired by the lofty ambitions of its founders. I'm inspired by what it has achieved. Such contributions to stronger research capacity in the lower and middle income world. thousands of young researchers supported, many hundreds of scientists contributing their expertise. Scarcely a country in the lower and middle income world that has not been touched by IFS's work. But I'm most inspired to think about what IFS can achieve in the future. The new vision of IFS is one that privileges those most sidelined by the march of modernity towards the undisputed rule by markets and states. Those whom history, if it ever considered, only considered as a target for improvement, for modernization. The new vision of IFS, however, aims to work with indigenous peoples and local community representatives to support change, not just that they need, but to support change that the world needs. Let's be clear, therefore. The new focus of IFS on indigenous and local communities to strengthen the capacity of young activists and researchers to make change happen is not about them. It's about us. It cannot be about them. It cannot be about strengthening research capacity of others. It must also be about learning from them. The world in which IFS now exists, as Alan said, is very different from the world in which it was born. The need for greater expertise and knowledge in the lower and middle income world continues to be great. But what is the kind of knowledge-based expertise that is needed, and where can IFS make the greatest difference? The answer is not. The answer is not just building research capacity. The answer is linked to the capacity for impact from knowledge. It is research for impact. And the idea of research for impact is very widespread. My university, which sees itself as the, what do they claim? They claim that we have the largest budget for research in the world of all universities, $1.8 billion annually. So, they're creating immense amount of research expertise and capacity for research. That's just the research budget, right? That's not the educational budget. That's not the training budget. That's not the budget for providing classroom work in the classrooms. And as again, Alan said, the capacity of countries, low and middle income countries, to support research capacity is unrecognizably greater today than it was 50 years ago. So is more investment in young researchers and LMICs needed? Yes, absolutely. But the real question is, where can IFS make the biggest difference? And to have the greatest impact in this changed world, IFS needs to focus on a mission that is unique. Just as it identified for itself what was a unique mission 50 years ago. Talking about strengthening research capacity for the sake of strengthening it is a non-starter even in today's most reputed research universities, which is why universities like mine talk about why we must do research for impact. But when we talk about research for impact, what we really mean is how to create impact for the research we are doing. How to create impact through the research we are doing. And that is very different from making impact through knowledge. That is very different from making impact through knowledge. And I'm just going to list what research means in my understanding. I don't want to claim this for everybody. But in my understanding, research is about identify an interesting question, generate some hypotheses, select a method for investigating them, collect data, conduct analysis, come up with some findings, have some discussion of the findings in relation to the background, knowledge, et cetera, and make some conclusions. And make some recommendations. That's like research for impact, the way we understand it. What would research for change be? Again, in my understanding, research for change begins with defining a vision. what is the change we need? It begins with defining a vision and identifying the obstacles and the problems in the way of that vision. It thinks about what are the different ways in which you can get to that vision. What are the resources that you have? What constraints or obstacles prevent you? How to sequence the resources you have to achieve your vision. And then to execute, perhaps the most important part, which is like not there. That part is not there. Assess what you have done, adapt. Go back to seeing if you need a different vision. That is where I believe IFS, with its IFS 2.0 vision, can make the biggest impact and the biggest difference. So I want to say just a little bit about why training young indigenous and local community members for making change is really a critically important part of what IFS can do. And I think some of it has already been said. Negusti said it, Alan said it. But there are just maybe 3 points very quickly I want to make before I move to the main part of what I want to talk about today, which is commons as a source of inspiration for future visions. So young indigenous peoples and local community researchers, that's where the need is the greatest. They are also at the leading edge of the major global challenges for today. Whether it is about marginalization, whether it's about political and economic inequalities, whether it is about climate change. In addition, work on applied research is not what most universities do. We don't really focus on how to apply science. We focus on science. And that's where a great niche for something like what the IFS can do exists. And IFS has been unique in supporting young researchers in lower middle income countries. It has little, I would say humbly, competitive advantage in building research capacity. The University of Michigan spends $500,000 for each of its students for 1,000 students, PhD students, every year. Every year, $500,000 for each of its 1,000 students. Sorry, $500,000 in aggregate for each of his students, but we admit 1,000 PhD students every year. So where do commons fit in as a source of inspiration in this frame? So the work on commons started as a search for alternative institutional arrangements. Alternative institutional arrangements to markets and to states. And scholarship on the commons is one of the most successful research programs in the social and ecological sciences. Since inception, this scholarship has focused on alternative arrangements to state and market-based governance to renewable resources. And by focusing on the specifics of these institutional arrangements, it has made many contributions. It has shown that commons arrangements can be successful, community arrangements can be successful. It has come up with careful language and conceptual innovation that distinguishes group management of common pool resources from open access resources, from state ownership, etc. It has shown that commons are not a historical curiosity. They're not a historical curiosity. They are a concrete expression of a third way that is different from markets and states. They are venues for supporting the consolidation of civil society and examples of co-management and decentralized government policies. Through these contributions, scholars of commons have provided intellectual foundations for advocates of local communities, indigenous groups, and resource-dependent peoples. But the promise of commons is to imagine a different future. It is to imagine an alternative. And what the research on commons has done is to focus on arrangements, instead of elaborating the alternative for which the commons stands. This idea of what a future can be is also the dominant need of our time. Predating commons scholarship, Communities grounded in solidary relationships among members were a source of inspiration to foundational thinkers in the social sciences at the turn of the 19th century gave way to the 20th. In the first quarter of the 21st century, commons and community are no less. They are no less a source of hope and possibility. The commons research on the commons started as research into alternative institutional arrangements, but much of the work on commons has been an investigation into arrangements. We need today to shift our focus to the alternative that the commons present. It's a hopeful alternative, it's an inspiring alternative because it draws attention away from the polarized arguments about accelerating biophysical threats that characterize contemporary politics of the Anthropocene. The hope is anchored in findings that self-organized communities and their members can cooperate to provide an alternative to coercive, centralized, hierarchical, state-based organization, as well as to profit-driven, individualized, exchange-based organizations offered by markets. Elaborating the possibilities, the contributions, and the limitations of such an alternative or such alternatives, rather than identifying ever more precisely the details of the arrangements that produce sustainable commons, is crucial if commons scholarship is to contribute meaningfully to future. Focusing on present challenges and advancing future scholarship on the commons as an alternative is critical also to realizing a sustainable and just Anthropocene. Work on the commons owes a tremendous debt to the scholarship of Elinor Ostrom. She drew inspiration from other domains of scholarship to focus on a small set of institutional conditions that support long-term survival of collective organizations. 3 areas of research were a particular inspiration to her. Surprisingly, that on competitive free markets. And the way in which they were an inspiration to her is because we have a small set of institutional conditions that enable competitive free markets. Many buyers and sellers, this is all familiar to you from your economics textbooks, Econ 101, entry and exit without barriers, homogeneous goods and services, perfect information. The second source was the Weberian ideal type of an organization, of a bureaucratic organization, hierarchical coordination and control, role specialization for professional management, rule-based decision-making, and expectations of permanence and continuity. Third was the work of Kenneth Harrow and his impossibility theorem, who showed that if you look at mechanisms to aggregate into social outcomes individual preferences, a very small set of conditions of rationality and democratic decision-making cannot be met. So drawing upon these very different ways of thinking about the world, Ostrom came up with a very parsimonious set of conditions for what enables informal organizations to manage resources sustainably, to persist into the future. But from the very beginning, her project was criticized. She came up with 9 conditions. And the result of the criticisms was in her social ecological systems framework that came out in Science, she identified 200 conditions for effective functioning of the commons. So the goal of parsimonious conditions for informal organizations that work was born in 1990. I loosely link it to her work governing the commons, and it died in 2000. A very short goal. But the idea of the commons continued to inspire, but to inspire people, researchers, to keep coming up with ever more precise definition of the conditions that enable successful commons to exist. Okay? Successful commons to exist. At the same time, abandoning the search for parsimony has meant that, the commons program continues to function and to thrive because we keep trying to come up with one more condition, one more basis for what makes commons to work, what enables commons to work. But it has also become very difficult to accumulate knowledge. The program has become a listing of additional conditions. So even as ongoing research in this vein continues to make an advance for the field, it is important to consider whether these advances, whether the cost of these advances is worth the gains from them. I suggest that the additional gains for specifying one more condition beyond the 200th is getting, the marginal gain is getting ever smaller. And future progress for the field hinges on its members being able to respond to challenges and opportunities of the Anthropocene and address persistent gaps that are characteristic of current and past research in the field. What are these gaps? Unprecedented threats to human societies and natural systems are evident both globally and locally in the forms of climate change. Alan said, I'm surprised that there are so many unintended or uncoordinated overlaps between what I'm saying and what he said. In the form of climate change, ecosystem erosion, social polarization, striking injustices and inequalities. And these threats are emergent against a background of accelerating global change. In the organization and dynamics of social relationships, in institutional evolution and technological innovations and in ecological systems. A consequence of these shifts is great unpredictability in social interactions. The second evident result is an extraordinary growth in the inequalities, in the polarization of politics, and in the concentration of wealth and power that characterizes or that marks our world today. These momentous shifts and threats demand responses commensurate to their magnitude. And I suggest humbly that scholarship on the commons is well placed for such responses because of the very focus of its work, the commons. The social and institutional emblem of the commons and the processes and pathways towards it stand in contrast to the dominant formations of markets and states. They promise a different approach and a different shape for social interactions and relationships. One example of such responses, broadly termed commoning, is already in evidence. The rapidly growing literature on commoning charts a different path than that of identifying conditions to facilitate collective action and positive outcomes on the commons. Instead, it treats commoning as an effort to redefine political relationships that underpin social, economic, and socio-environmental arrangements that are dominant in our time. With a focus on practice, on contingency, and on community, those involved in commoning see themselves engaged in the creation of collective ways of surviving that run counter to dominant forms of our society. The challenge is to build a radically different system while living in a system that actively resists all efforts at transformation. That is the challenge. But the even more important goal is to figure out what credible strategies are there for us to move towards this idea of the commons, move towards an alternative to markets and states. Examples of commoning are visible across diverse contexts: buying clubs, stakeholder trust sponsored by governments, open source programming, peer production, design networks, artisan guilds, labor sharing arrangements, just to name a few. And for many of these examples, social organization, technological innovation, and institutional arrangements are the critical commoning elements. The inspiration for contemporary commoning lies both in the classical works of scholars, philosophers like Karl Polanyi and Ivan Illich, but also the more recent writings of David Graeber and Elinor Ostrom. Commoning is a novel underpinning for the extension of commons ideals and principles to new social and institutional domains. It's a reaction to the volatility and unpredictability of contemporary socio-institutional and ecological processes. It's a response to the polarization and concentration of wealth and power. And most directly, it is a response to the diverse forms of enclosure and commodification that, to use two big words, capitalism and globalization have come to embody. It comprises elements that are fundamental to the very meaning of being human. A shift in the orientation of scholarship on the commons is overdue. Such a shift is simultaneously a call for common scholars from moving away from identifying ever more precisely the features of institutions and contexts that yield positive social ecological outcomes. Such a focus, this focus on identifying institutional conditions has perhaps sidelined the revolutionary possibilities that the commons stand for, that the idea of the commons embodies. In a period where the repressive power of the state and the hegemonic power of markets continues to grow, it is all the more important for us as scholars of the commons, for us as believers in an alternative vision for the future of humanity, to study the radical power and possibilities that the commons present for the Anthropocene. This will require an examination of the overlap between research on commons and that on degrowth, on decolonization, on social movements, and grassroots mobilization, on environmental justice and political ecology. But it will help identify how the commons advance a progressive politics that imagines and seeks a better future than one promised by the embattled market democracies of our time. It refuses to accept that the horizon of possibilities for work on commons is the best that the market can offer. Because we know that the best that the market can offer us is where we are right now. I'm at my last paragraph. The field of the commons rightly celebrates the and I say the Nobel Prize because I know I will mispronounce Reichsbank, the Swedish is Reichsbank Economics Prize in the memory of Alfred Nobel. So it rightly celebrates the Nobel Prize of Elinor Ostrom. At the same time, the most appealing celebration of this success would be to grasp and elaborate the possibilities that the commons hold as an alternative. Doing so will require more focused, more inclusive, more integrative scholarship that grapples with threats both from markets and states to democratic participation, to reciprocity-based exchanges, and the fundamental dignity and equality of human relationships. It will require elaborating and imagining relationships for a social order in which a select few do not monopolize the vast majority of global resources. Most of all, it will require partnerships that focus on how to achieve and secure such engagement, reciprocity, and equity. Such a prize will truly be uncommon. It will also be the most rewarding of all for stakeholders in the commons. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Margaret, we are very pleased that you are here. And I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker. She is Dr. Margaret Rugadja. She's the Africa Region Coordinator for the Land and Forest Tenure Facility Fund. And Margaret, the floor is yours when you are ready.
Thank you, Bill, for the introduction. And thank you, Arun, for speaking before me, because my address is so different from yours. I have no theory, I have no scholar, and I'm here to share my perspective, my experience as a person who has lived 4 major stages in my life, my career. So I will not tell you about the children at home and the others. What I'm going to speak about is 4 roles. I have had the chance in my early life to work as a community activist, a rights activist. And I'm going to tell you how research and science has helped in that stage. I'm also going to speak about my role as a community researcher, living and working with communities, but documenting and researching their experiences and knowledge. I'm also going to share the roles I have played in translating my research experience into government spaces, into policy. I authored Uganda's national land policy in 2013. I've also had the chance to work as a grant maker and work for donor organizations, Ford Foundation. Now I'm with the 10-year facility and other intermediate assignments in between. How did I use knowledge? But in all this, what is common is indigenous peoples and local communities. That's not by accident. I am born into one of those communities. I am a daughter of a fisher folk mother and a pastoralist father. The worst merge you can think about. And the crisis of identity I have between eating fish and eating meat. It's always a different experience. So that crisis sometimes also gets to manifest in the experiences we live as researchers, as people speaking for communities, as donors working to support communities. Let me begin with my work as a community researcher. In the late 1990s, early 2000, I spent 8 months with Oxfam in a region in northern Uganda called Karamoja, northeastern. And I was a young researcher at that time, and I was asked, there was a reform going on in Uganda on the land law. That was going to be our first land law. And I was asked to go and work with a team to collect data on common land in Karamoja. It was a bit abstract for a lot of people. And in the many months that followed, sitting down, having conversation, we documented huge experiences. I have a journal article on that paper, but it's not the submission. I only was able to produce that paper much later in life. 12 years later, that's when I was able to write the paper. Why? Because I didn't have the skill. I had the information. A lot of civil society activists who interact with communities and community researchers get the information and don't have the ability to process it. Until I reached the point where I acquired the skill to process that information, then I had the chance to process it. I was lucky to get a scholarship and enroll into Maastricht University for my PhD. And that's when the skill to process. So, IFS, in your next phase, how do you get a hold of people who are at the pinnacle of turning around, like I was 12 years ago, before I wrote that paper? That's a big challenge. Where is the network for you to get into? And as you get into the network, you then realize that the way those of us who have lived those experiences, worked with those experiences on a daily basis, our research is very different. It's absolutely applied, because at the time when we are working with those communities, we are looking for solutions. The framework my colleague Arun presents focuses on the problem, analyze it. It does not start from the solution side. When you reach a community, the first thing they are looking for is, what have you come to do? Do you have a solution? Before we tell you what is our problem, are you willing to work through a solution with us? They don't start by problematizing what they're feeling. They start telling you about the good things that they are capable of. So how do you tilt that? It means you have to be very inquisitive. You have to look at the intersection of different aspects of life that impact those communities. It also means it's not going to be large analysis. There are no databases. You won't find census data that is going to allow you make large econometric analysis things. You're going to aggregate small experiences. And when you aggregate those small experiences, questioning behaviors of actors in resource development, prioritizing the voices you're hearing, working with those insecure populations, finding the women. The women in those communities don't talk like me. I may be from their community, but I'm very different from them right now. And I don't even represent them. I may try to understand what they are saying, but I truly must listen for me to know what they are trying to tell me. So you have to carry specific approaches, and you have to find the kinds of scholars who are able to sit down in those communities, because indigenous peoples and local communities is about solutions, is about knowledge that is already in existence. They are not looking for proof of concept. From their standpoint, they have perfected what they do in their contexts. So if anything, you're the learner, you're the one who's coming to learn from them. They're not going to learn from you. And the question is, how do you transform that learning in a manner that is meaningful, in a manner that it becomes applied to a space greater than their own community alone? In the second part of my life, I moved away from community, and I was so intrigued with what I was recording, what I was finding. So I, with a set of others, founded a national research organization. And in that organization, we worked to influence practitioners who were trying to change law, who were trying to change policy. And that meant that we did lots of action research, lots of policy-oriented research. And the interesting thing about this kind of research and how it's different from the science or academic research, which I later got into in my future years of my life, is we don't have to start from a theory. We have to start from a reality of what we want to address, a reality of what we want to respond to, and build the evidence to communicate that reality. And in building that evidence, often we even pay lesser attention to what the others who came before us said. For as long as we are sure that in building this evidence, we capture the memory, the view, and the lived reality of the eldest person in that community. That is where the treasure of knowledge sits. It's in memory form. It's not in written form. So our review is on series of memories from elders in communities. And the kind of researchers IFS is going to have to support when you pivot to applied research is to understand and appreciate those who use those kinds of methods, which may not be the field in which you have been operating. So those two aspects of research mean that your institutional infrastructure that is supporting the delivery of your program has to also shift a little in terms of the kinds of networks you hook into. I want to share a third experience around serving as a technical advisor to a government, the government of Uganda in the land sector, where I led the process of drafting the national land policy, and I had to interact with universities, research institutions, submitting memo, presenting ideas. It was an 8-year process, the longest you can think about in this in the way of reform of policy, and the submissions that come, the difference. The submissions from academia and the submissions from community and the submissions from the politicians are different, and each aim for a different purpose. The trick is in reconciling those different aims and making sure that then you demonstrate the diversity. So the issue around diversity is sometimes it will present as if the views and perspectives are different, but look at the end goal. They are all aiming for the same end goal and different paths. And this is also common in indigenous communities. They tend to think that we are going to different outcomes, but we are actually at the same end goal. We just use different processes and describe them differently. Now, I think the more interesting pieces I have are my experience as a grant maker or as a donor. That's where I had the more experiences that may speak to you. So one of the basic responsibilities I had was guiding grantees based on strategy, and I was supporting academia, civil society, all of them on natural resource management and land law reform. So these are things that communities look forward to. Governments in Eastern Africa had passed law that granted rights, that granted benefits, that granted all these things. And for a moment there, everybody thought the solutions have come. So how do we deliver those solutions? First of all, and I agree with Arun, partnerships. One of the biggest support I was giving was in building partnerships. And I had to go on partnerships in two ways. One, negotiate partnerships between academia and civil society, and sometimes government, to allow academia to get into spaces where communities are having their experiences and where they are living their reality. I also had to negotiate partnerships that allowed communities this time to come out and speak in academic spaces. And in that, we set up a couple of centers of excellency at the University of Nairobi in partnership with the law school. We set up a partnership with the Institute for Social Research in Makerere University in Uganda. And basically what these two institutions did for us was to say, these are the communities you're focusing on, amongst the Maasai, amongst the Karamojong, amongst the Batwa. Who are the people on the ground that you work with? If we set up 1 week experience of them being in an academic space and sharing with academicians, would that change something? So we started to fund those exchanges. We would go to the communities we are supporting. They would come to the university, sit in a class for a week, look at the researchers who are researching their communities, and then they also come back and work with the research class for 1 week. And the product of that was quite amazing. The other was to encourage a south-to-south sharing of experience. So a couple of universities in Africa and the communities, and a couple of them in Latin America. And we set up an exchange between the University of Paraná and Amazonia in Brazil and the University of Nairobi and Kenya Land Alliance on social mapping and cartography. And the idea was for them to understand the resource inventory that exists with indigenous peoples and local communities. And from that point on, they've set up marvelous, marvelous projects about how you map rights, how you create sustainable use within communities. But in all this, what you need to understand that I'm demonstrating is that there are those unique moments when we are learning from the indigenous peoples. They do have the knowledge, and all we are doing is document it, give those experiences expression, a form of expression, and also a form of documentation, so that others understand it. And the other thing that this showed us was that there is quite an inherent set of leadership beyond institutions. My colleague Aaron talked about the rules and institutions that sustain the commons. There is a third piece, the leadership, the people, how they self-organize to sustain the commons is an aspect that we also need to keep in mind. So in the management, the use and the sustaining of commons, it is important. And within that is understanding the play between power and opportunity for the different groups that you are supporting. We also had an opportunity to design a couple of training programs. And for me, the one that really had an attempt at trying to get indigenous communities to think science was a collaboration we designed between the University of Oxford, the Nomadic Peoples Journal, the University of Nairobi, and the communities that we had funded. And the idea was the people we had been funding had also taken resources for research, and they'd produced many pieces of documents that we felt had a lot of information in them. And at that point we said, why don't we get this relevant journal, Nomadic Peoples Journal, to actually take on this knowledge that has been created, this information we have, this can be shared across the world. And then we had the University of Oxford say, well, we could train them about how to do journal articles and what it takes and how you set it up. So they came in, and the University of Nairobi was, yeah, we can collaborate. And they became the guest journal editors for that journal we wanted to do. And my friend, it was supposed to be a 1-year project. It was a 3-year project by the time we ended. And the guest editor was Patricia Kameri-Mbote. But the interesting piece is this. Sometimes when we ask indigenous peoples to play roles that they are not out to play, it becomes very complicated. We are asking them to write, we are asking them to record, but they are thinking survival. Where is my next meal? Which is my first priority? These people who came with a project. So some of your researchers, when they enter these communities and they start to work in the communities, if they cannot contribute to basic, simple, daily basic solutions around survival, they will have a harder time coming out. And Nigisti here will renew their grants a couple of times. It won't be a one-off. So that's something to also think about. But I think the larger point I want to make here is there are entry points for this kind of work. That collaboration I've described is possible, and it could also be one way you get in the practical side of things, how you get to those researchers. And sometimes when you get to those communities, they will tell you what kind of research they're interested in, what kind of issues they want documented from their community. I just have to share this little story. One time we were in Turkana, northwestern Kenya, and we'd been working on a project for pastoralists, land rights, mapping, territory and so on, movements. And there was an oil company coming in to explore oil. And one of the things they were doing in terms of corporate social responsibility was to set up water tanks, because it's a dry area. And the idea was, because it's dry, water is scarce, it's not readily available, so we put up these water tanks. And I think the mistake they did was they would ferry the water in from a neighboring community in trucks and fill those village tanks. And what would happen is the pastoralists, once they drained, they brought the cows, they opened the tap, it drank, they collected water, and once it was dry, one of the pastoralist boys would climb up and peep and say, yeah, there is some more, a little at the bottom. So they would get a sharp object, pinch it at the bottom, and drain the last drop of water. And this community, the project implementers were so mad. Why are they pinching the tanks? Don't they understand? When we bring it the next day, what are we going to do? And they had this meeting. And when they had the community meeting, the elder in the community stood up and said, excuse me, you're here screaming your heart out about us pinching those tanks. But I want you to show us just one grave in this village that says this person died lack of water. Just show me one grave that says the cause of death is lack of water. For me, that example was very profound. The failure to understand the interlinked nature of the problem of water, and the failure for the project to explain how it is addressing that. That water wasn't just water. It was a couple of other things. If you don't demonstrate how water contributes to food security, how it contributes to, how it is related to environment, how it's related to the many things, the community is not going to appreciate your solution. Maybe that wasn't the solution. Maybe the solution was get some spring wells that are around and protect them, and then they have access to clean water. Maybe it was boreholes. What is it they don't like about the tanks? It's not appropriate technology. For them, time immemorial, when it is dry, when you dig up the well, you dig, you see no water, then you know it's dry. For as long as you can see something that looks like water, you continue digging until you access the water. So they dug the tank to access what was remaining. So appropriate solutions to context becomes very important. So what I'm saying is, be the researchers you have to choose, and IFS must be willing to learn from those communities, and also must be passionate, intentional and deliberate in going for the problems that the communities identify with, that the communities find to be a priority. If IFS gives grants to researchers who are not prioritizing what the community is experiencing at a particular time, then you're going to lose it out. Because these communities are also natural laboratories. They are natural, they're in existence, you put up very little to actually get the experiments going. Just step in there and observe, pick up the knowledge, see the adaptation, see the response and the creativity. If you want to bring in external or new knowledge, be careful how you introduce it. Understand that as an external person, you create an imbalance to a stability that has already been there. And because it's also very unfortunate, I don't know how it happens, at least in Africa, most indigenous peoples and local communities are also located in locations that have really large reserves of minerals, forest. Those unique natural resources we look for, there is always an indigenous community right there. And because they are there, and they have been in locations that are kind of exclusive, all they've known from the developed world is humanitarian response. Now, humanitarian response without development, without concern for human rights, without science, has not been very, very useful for them. And that has meant that whoever is coming in from the external, there is always a moment of saying, wait a moment, let's see, what is this person looking for? And that you have to inbuild in how you design your responses or support researchers in that connection. I wanted to talk about an example of conflict from my recent engagements under tenure facility in the Congo. And we all know that the DRC is described as a complex place. I remember somebody called me and said, Margaret, where are you? I said, I'm in Bukavu in the DRC. And he said, are you okay? Are you safe? I said, yes, I'm safe. But what you have to realize is as you move into looking at indigenous peoples and local communities, they are also the ones in the conflict areas. Why are they in the conflict areas? We are all going for those resources I talked about. The forests are there, the minerals are there, everything good. Even when we turn away from fossil fuels, the communities in DRC are sitting on the largest deposits of what we need to make batteries. So they are not going to move out of the situation they are in. We are still going to go for those resources. And when we go for those resources, for the Congo, the particular communities we're looking at, three things happened. One, they noticed that everybody comes in, takes the stuff they want. Everybody comes with a paper from Kinshasa, a mining concession, a permit, whatever authorization you have. You pick up what you want, load it on the trucks, fly it out, take it by the river, whichever way you decide to take it. And then they said, but why? Why should everyone just come and pick stuff and take? When do we get our share as people who have been here? So the first thing they did is they formed what they call their family militias. So when you hear things are militarized, those are militias formed by families and communities to protect. And what they do is they stage themselves as the gatekeepers of the community. And when you're the one who has come from Kinshasa with your permit, you have to negotiate with them. If you come escorted from Kinshasa with your own army, okay, you pass the first day. The second day, there will be a roadblock. They will destabilize you. The third day, they're going to make life so hard. Your project, the transaction cost will just go. So that becomes not very good a venture. Then you can behave like the Chinese and the Asians. What they have done is, no, we don't go down. Find a group, find a local politician, give them money, they mobilize a militia, they go invade to access the resource and you buy from them. You know? So everybody is making a creative step to capture the resource deposit that is sitting with the indigenous peoples and local communities, because their areas have been intact for a very long time. They are the last frontier. So how is your researcher going to step in there? That's where the conflict is. That's where we need peace. That's the immediate. So if you say you want to look at science helping them deliver peace, that's the area where they need you most. And in that need, the essential thing to look at is governance. What are the rules, like Aaron says? What are the institutions? And then what's the leadership of those institutions in the community? And how do you get that to deliver and address the requirements that are there? So I really think one of the things you have to focus on going forward is conflict in indigenous peoples' lands and territories, and how that is something both internal, external, a lack of institutions, and an issue of leadership. I want to share one last example before I go away. And this is my last. Absolutely, I'm conscious about time and the fact that I'm standing between yourselves and your coffee. I have been intrigued by the Goldman Prize for Environment. I bring this example because Nigisti was saying, can you give some examples where you think people have gotten at indigenous peoples and managed to find researchers or people who are acting in those communities? Whenever you look at the Goldman Prize for Environment annually, if you look at those nominees represent people who sit in the community, who elevate the community, who bring that community knowledge, who are close to the problem, who are working with those communities to find a solution. And which is where I think your kind of support, the kind of researchers you get should be. So maybe something to benchmark and study is how do they get those nominees, and what's the process, what's the network they use? It's probably an example you may want to look at. And I want to stop here. And thank you for listening to me, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Margaret. And yes, coffee is about ready. And if you ever have been in the IFS office around 2:00 in the afternoon, this is the signal that coffee is ready. We have been trying to make the times for this meeting, and we will push it a little bit forward. So let's meet again here at 11:10. Mailman Bahati is waving, but we will have a few greetings when we come back after coffee.
Is that the signal for coming back also?
Absolutely. I can be the master of this. No problem. Sorry, you can bring your cup back as well. But please, it's in the same place as this morning, so enjoy.
Yeah, and let me tell Bahati about the Sorry, 1 minute. I'm trying to get some stats from one of my earlier.
That was good.
One's experience of how you engage the process continuum might be shaped by
One more. This microphone. For the panel.
No, we're okay. I think we're okay with these.
Yeah. Yeah, I told them they would have the handheld mic.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay. If they can handle
If they can hold it. Is it a bit of a problem?
Yes, you can use. Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
I'm just going to get a copy. Oh, thank you.
Patrick, delightful to meet you. I've got to go back to my office.
Okay. Closing in on the end of the year. Yeah. We know the feeling. I'm sure you do. Thanks for your presence.
Oh, my
good
pleasure.
words.
Sincere pleasure to be here.
But just 3:55. We can stop at timestamp 3:55. 3 minutes 55.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay, it's okay. Even if you go a little bit in, that's fine.
But when
Yeah.
I'll just try maybe to put a time or something because it might not show because so far.
Hi everyone.
Otherwise, then we play towards the end. That's why. If you think you cannot stop in between.
I can stop it, but then if I go back, it will start. So then I have to do something to.
Well, we have to start at then towards the end. You have to start at 3:55 till the end.
That is the thing. But I can come. So I'll have to come in front to be able to move.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, it's your conference. I don't mind.
Yeah, okay,
as long as you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. And Sunita, how would you like?
Are you waiting for me? Sorry. I'm just trying to get some stats. I mean, just to.
We didn't have that data. Finally, we extracted information.
Sorry. I should have got my laptop out than this. Oh, which I need to anyway.
Publishing. And so, Catherine, you'll go first.
Sorry,
and
are you
I wonder
waiting
if
for me,
you
Bill?
speak to,
Okay.
The question on why do you think we are seeing these challenges? What are the big in country setting or from institutions in a lower middle income countries? When we group colleges and so forth. To help prime our discussion today, our working group leveraged data as an illustrative example to highlight inequities in publishing. The analysis was conducted by a team member of MMO. So the objective of this work was to reveal proportional geographic representation of journal, editorial boards, and article authorship. To do this, we extracted country location of the institutional affiliation for, and of course, my series from publishing model 2/3 of the most recent articles published by these top journals between 2021 and 2022 were behind a paywall. So I'll just say that
Why don't I just actually
were
use
citing a higher income.
I'm trying to get my own statistics and my own work. No, I was just doing something in bias in publications. So yeah. Okay.
So the question, Sunita, is this is okay? We've got the two tables.
That's fine. Yeah.
We've got the 4 stools.
Yeah.
And there are 4 microphones.
Okay.
And when everybody gets here, I'm going to really encourage all of you to do this.
IDA, right? Okay. Sorry.
To just be right here with the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to have some coffee? Or some fruits? Yeah, okay. Water, coffee, important. So Samir has sent his presentation.
You sent me a video, but the audio is not. Have you tried to listen to it? I'm trying to play it, but hopefully it has some audio somewhere.
How are we doing in terms of time? Okay.
We're 30 minutes now or late.
No, well, if we can come back by go out there and ring at 10.
Yeah. Because it was to 11.
The break.
Yeah.
She's going to ring the bell again at 11:10.
I'm okay, thanks.
Not even a glass of water, a cup of coffee?
Sorry, I don't mean to make you. I just like suddenly something. I thought I may have a couple of things here. I may, or some herbal tea. Sorry, any. Sorry, really appreciate that. Anyway. Sorry.
Alors, voici donc il y a l'identification sur les actions et les solutions. Donc nous avons donc l'application. Alors il y a beaucoup d'aspects qu'il faut considérer.
Showcase work that we do in foundations or assign a higher income country affiliation positions affiliated with institutions in a high income country, and only 2% had all 3 from a lower middle income country.
That big comments, and I love the way that you sprinkled comments throughout your talk. So it really came together. Well.
I have to hear him first.
Yeah.
You sorted with the microphones?
Yes.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Tested.
5.
You're
from Kenya?
Yes, natoka huko. 1 2 1 2 test.
Setting. Approximately 20%
1 2 test.
the first, second, or last were institutions in Central Asia or Europe. 15 to 18% were from
1 2 test.
Pacific, and only a fraction of authors were affiliated with institutions based in Africa,
1 2 test.
South Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. One thing not reflected in these numbers but worth considering is that
1 2 test.
that might distinguish authors that are based in institutions in LMIC settings who are authors in such journals. Of the 6 editors-in-chief across the 4 journals, all 6 were affiliated with institutions in high-income countries, 3 from North America and 3 from the EU. Among the 27 co-editors on the editorial board, 85% were affiliated with institutions in high-income settings, and only 3 within an institution in a low and middle-income settings. When we looked at publishing models, 2/3 of the most recent articles published by these top journals between 2021 and 2022 were behind a paywall. So I'll just say that, and 3 from the EU. Among the 27 co-editors on the editorial board, 85% were affiliated with institutions in high-income settings, and only 3 within an institution in a low and middle income setting. When we looked at publishing models, 2/3 of the most recent articles published by these top journals between 2021 and 2022 were behind a paywall. So I'll just say that, the publishing model.
Vad står det? Ja, han var nog bara trött. Det var George som överförde. Han hade ringt till George. Alltså, han hade ringt till George på något sätt. Och George blev sån här, vänta, han är i våran ålder. Och han var så här, det är något som inte stämmer, hade han sagt. Och då blev han så här, okej. Så vi var och knäckade på. Och det var nog bara det att han kände sig redan bättre. Och skulle bara vila lite, så jag sa, gå och lägg dig och sov och så kommer du klar. Så han kom nog sen. Och han lovade att säga till om han behövde någonting. Så slipper vi klura.
När vi går till lunchen sen, så ska vi gå åt det hållet.
Okej.
Inte
Och nerut.
det hållet. Det hållet och
Ja, just det,
så in till, så vi sitter i den sista. Så vi tänkte man bara guidar in i, du vet, där kanslitrappan är. Fortsätt ditåt. Förbi, alltså det
är bara att gå rakt, bara följ.
Ja. Alltså jag kan ju gå först med
Nej, men man går ju runt bara. Man följer korridoren och så kommer man till lunchen.
Men att man ska gå ditåt, inte ditåt. Så det är ett annat sällskap som är
Men när det bara blir dags för lunch så kan väl du bara gå ut den dörren, för då kan du blockera däråt.
Ja,
och så skickar vi dem däråt.
Absolut.
Stopp. And then name.
En kompis, hoppas att hon kommer att köra lite. Hon kommer inte ut. Tack för det.
Men det låter vi. Bara han varit hela vårt liv. Annan då?
Ja, eller hur?
Eller hur?
Och så här, men läs upp det här. Vi skriver något till honom.
Det var verkligen så. Men sen är det ju bra.
Ja, precis. Har han en leverage där?
Just breathe. Everything will be fine.
Now I'm thinking maybe I should have written a different speech.
Yeah, but you can do that next time. Today this is the one and it's good. And don't be afraid of the silence. I think that is made for me. That
Afraid
is
of?
Silence.
Yeah.
I think for me that is when I listen to people, it's like to allow silence. So no
So
one
profound that everyone is
no
thinking.
one can give the speech like you can anyway. No one knows the subject.
No, it's just that I was thinking maybe I should have, instead of repeating what's already printed, thank you. Maybe I should have thought of.
Isn't that typical?
Maybe
really?
I will,
When I get something, it's like I go to bed, especially when we get closer to this, it's like, I didn't do that, didn't do that. And then that I did, but what if I did it wrong? You know?
Or did I forget something? That's the worst.
We certainly did.
So
But
maybe
we are
I'll bring
among
some of
friends.
those discussion points into the discussion to the audience and stuff like that. That I feel like I should have put it all out there in the beginning.
Are you freezing? Because I'll close the door.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I am freezing.
I just thought.
Is that why it got so cold?
It's because I thought there was no air. I'll close it.
Western people and their air. I don't get it.
That's going to be. But I won't do it until.
Actually. But the morning session ran. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we'll give you more time.
That's fine. That's
We'll
fine.
have-
1 hour
we'll have the
we'll
whole
try
hour.
to.
Yeah, no, we'll
that's
have the
fine.
whole hour.
Yeah. But it's good to have some
But I'll
show
have
because
this.
give me like a 10-minute warning.
Okay.
And then a 5-minute warning.
Okay.
So
So I'm
if you
going to
don't
hold
mind.
it right here at
Yeah.
my chest.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to see.
Yeah, the first time you hold it is I have 10 more minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I sit on this side. Okay.
And then that way you can talk to all three of them. I love this arrangement.
It's pretty cool.
I've never used bar stools before. She closed that.
Okay.
The notion that you would be.
I know that.
Because there is no air. But it happens in British, in my team also, because we all share offices. For the lack of a better word, all these white people come like you. Can I open the window? I don't even know that I don't like windows open. Yeah. Strangely, I should say this, I prefer staying here and warm to fresh air, of course. I'll be judged for saying that, but.
Thank you.
Wasn't noticed.
Okay. You got the bell?
Yes.
Afghanistan obviously the Russian was like
Can I just stand? Bill, I will step there. I need a beer. You need what? I need beer. Okay, this looks like a bar. The talk is a dream.
Like in McDonald's.
How about the socks? Please.
What's that? You do crazy socks.
So, if you can find your seats, I hope you've enjoyed your coffee. No, yeah, we're just going to have a few more of these greetings. So, Bahati, yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Boris Rosne Galani teacher. I'm a lecturer of biochemistry at the Faculty of Science of the University of Yaoundé in Cameroon. I was fortunate to receive an IFS grant in 2018 with a research team bearing on the search of antiviral compound against parasitic hepatitis. So in 50 years, IFS has supported many universities in Cameroon, helping to boost research and create new departments. So for this 50th anniversary, I want to wish you happy birthday. I also say that with you, we grow better. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Nurtina Rassam from Madagascar. I received an IFS grant in December 2019. So I'm thankful to IFS and all the team for giving me the opportunity to conduct my research in good conditions. For this special day, I would like to say happy 50th anniversary to IFS and all the team. May we celebrate 50 more years. Cheers to future achievements and past glories. God bless you all. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Seni Majia. I am a researcher and lecturer from the Department of Microbiology, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida University, La Pai, Nigeria. I am an IFS grantee. I got my grant in the year 2021. I want to especially congratulate the IFS on its 50th anniversary. I am wishing them happy anniversary. Indeed, IFS is impacting life through science. And indeed, IFS is the true and best friend of scientists from the developing country. You are doing well. I want to congratulate you and thank you all.
Thank you. Sunita and the panelists for our next session, please begin making your way up to this rather unusual arrangement for a panel discussion. We were trying to figure out how to get people onto a panel not seated on the floor and yet high enough so that they were visible over the heads of the audience and still could be seen by the camera. so it could be broadcast. And so yesterday evening, wow. So yesterday evening when we were arranging the room, I asked one of the colleagues here in the venue, you don't happen to have any bar stools, do you? And they said, in fact, we have some downstairs. They just finished a mingle session. And I said, can we have 4, please? And so we carried them up, and here we are. And Sunita is going to introduce the panelists as they begin their discussion. Sunita is from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in the UK. And this panel is called Decolonizing Science, Impacts, Implications, and Recommendations from IFS alumni. And so we really wanted to put together a panel where alumni are speaking to the issues which they have raised, as I said earlier today, in Africa. They have held workshops, conferences. They are at COP. We'll see a bit of that a bit later today, but they're also addressing these issues at the COP as well. And so without further ado, I would like to turn the floor over to Sunita. Each of you has a microphone, and here we go. So, Sunita.
You're making me feel very nervous. Yeah. Hello, all. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, and as other speakers have said, also humbled and privileged. Thank you for inviting me. I would best describe myself as a practitioner trying to fumble my way around decolonization, and more importantly, how to address power and privilege and power asymmetries in the daily work we do, which includes research, which includes teaching, which includes research training, and also trying to create that impact through our research into policy. So I'm delighted to be joined by my fellow panelists. The idea of decolonizing science basically came from my conversations with Nigesti in the recent past, and she asked me to put together something, on some of these ideas on where this is coming from and what we would like to discuss. Of course, the abstract is in the pack you have got, but just to re-jog our memory, and therefore you're not all looking into the paper, let me broadly set out the visionary agenda our panelists and I came together and put together. So all of us are keenly aware of the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020, and that has exploded beyond our wild imagination across continents very, very, very fast. And the Black Lives movement basically is really about fighting against ingrained systems of dominance, power in our work, and to improve the health and well-being of populations. And this idea has gained momentum. Actually, what is not in the abstract is that at the helm of this movement, LSHTM, which is the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, it's long, so please bear with me, LSHTM, students and staff and the union members, so on and so forth, have put together statements and testimonies of structural racism within the school and lack of equity or having equity and things like that around the Black Lives movement. Some of the findings were jaw-dropping, right? Like not in a good way. So one thing I'm really proud of about LSHTM it has commissioned is a study on this, covered in the front page of The Guardian, I think earlier this year. And we've been really trying hard to foster this agenda. Therefore, the phrases such as decolonizing science, decolonizing global health in our field, or decolonizing development, these are not new ideas or ideals. There have been scholars talking about it, activists and practitioners on the ground practicing this on that. But they are now being heard more prominently in the corridors of science and development establishments such as universities in some countries, sadly not all universities in these countries either, in countries like UK, USA, South Africa and so on, but also among funders who are funding research and science.
It is well documented, although often overlooked, that the current status quo of science and development enterprise has evolved from colonizing countries and has perpetuated and deepened the political and economic inequalities between European and Northern American powers and the low and middle income countries. Although my students now say we should not even say low and middle income countries, there should be no global north, global south, so on and so forth. But I'm going to use some language that we all can relate to on a common platform here. The scientific endeavor of production of knowledge to shape a moral order on a global scale based on equity, justice, and dignity. All these that our speakers in the morning have alluded to and central to IFS mission in the last 50 years, and looks like that's been even more central and accelerated in the future, requires us to challenge the status quo of current research. Who, first of all, comes up with this research agenda? Right? Who shapes the research agenda? Who funds the research agenda? How are these rules set in the first place? How are the partnerships put in place? What are the terms of those partnerships? Training, funding, and publication architecture and mindsets. We need to address all these things. Last year, in one of our, maybe I'll come back to that, never mind. I don't want to keep people for long. So clearly, a lot has to change from what is the problem to how we get to solutions. And I really liked Nigisti's quote of, how do we get to a world, scientific world for impact, borrowing from Arun's work, is on, there are no givers and takers. We are all just partners collaborating towards more equitable and just future. So, how do we turn the rhetoric to reality? This is where our panelists come in. As you can see, we're very excited. These are the IFS alumni. I learned a lot. I didn't know anything about dendrochronology. I didn't even know it was a field. So I was blown away by the variety of not only the diversity where you come from the regions, but also your expertise and training. So I will ask you, there are bios here, and they're long because they are meant to be because of their accomplishments. May I ask you to introduce yourself in like 2 sentences each, so that, but let me, I think it'll be nice if we can break the ice and if you can introduce yourself. I know this is different from what I said yesterday night. Sorry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maria Eugenia. Hello, everybody. I'm Maria Eugenia Flores Huby from Asunción, Paraguay, in South America. I was how many lines? 2 lines? Okay. 3 lines. I was a grantee from IFS in 2017 and the second one in 2020. I am a researcher of natural products in Paraguay, and I'm glad to be here. I'm very thankful. Thank you.
And you work on dendrochronology?
Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catalin Paredes. I'm from Bolivia, from the lowlands, from the tropical part. And I am a forester, a passionate forester, and I do some research on dendrochronology and also on identification of illegal logging. Thank you for being here.
Hello, this is Babita Podel from Nepal. I am a former IFS grantee. I received my first grant in 2014 and second grant in 2015. And I am working on the field of natural product chemistry. And beside this, my research nowadays, I am working on capacity building of female researcher of Nepal. I have that project funded by Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, Germany. I am a Humboldt fellow also. So now, beside that research, I am making this database of female researcher of Nepal. And my mission is how to encourage more females in the field of STEM. So that mission I have nowadays. Thank you. And thank you, IFS, for providing me such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We unfortunately could not be joined by one of the IFS grantees and colleagues here because of, well, you know the world these days, impossible to get visas from anywhere to anywhere. So unfortunately her visa, she could not get visa on time. And let me introduce that colleague. Adetun Onyenke Afolayan is a mid-career female researcher working in plant tissue culture laboratory of biotechnology department of the National Center for Genetic Resources and Biotechnology, located in Ibadan, Nigeria. So we will play, she did send a 6-minute video. We'll play it in 2 segments as we go through this talk. So let's begin our discussion. And one of the first things, there has been some concern around this idea of the term decolonization coming from, once again, from the global north, perhaps because of the existential crisis we are suddenly facing on, and soul searching that's going on in many of these universities. Tell me, maybe we can go in some order. Yes, Babita, if you could tell us, how does this term resonate with you? Does it resonate with you at all or not? If not, what else resonates with you in your context, whether it's your discipline, whether it's your institution, whether it is in larger interactions in academia? Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita, for the question. Actually, personally, I am a bit aware about this colonizing or decolonization of science. I have read, I have gone through many this manuscript and the other this online portal, this decolonizing science, decolonizing global health, decolonizing development. I am a bit aware about that. But in my country, many researchers and even policy makers and governments, in between them, there is not an open discussion about this issue. So we need to do, we have to make those type of awareness among those researcher, policy maker, and other. But here I would like to correlate that science decolonization with, there is one word, I can say that is synonym of decolonization, that is policy influence. Because in developing world like Nepal, we have a huge investment by this donor agency. In our around 23% of budget, our national budget is supported by various donor agencies from northern world. We are thankful to them because of them we are achieving our various sustainable goals, these achievements. But beside that, we have another bitter truth also. I have to say in this platform, because they are spending the huge amount of money in the field of forest, agriculture, education, even health sector. But nowadays there is a big debate among us in between researcher, policy maker, even in some political leader also. They are trying to influence for all of us, especially to policy maker. They want to make those type of policy according to their need. That is our bitter truth. So I want to relate that science decolonization and this policy influence by donor is type of synonym. So thank you.
Especially in the context where a huge percentage of the budget is based on ODA and stuff, there's a lot more pressure on governments and therefore a lot more influence by the donors as well. Kathleen, would you like to add or say different points?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, in my country, decolonization has been part of the rhetoric, decolonizing institutions, decolonizing development, even culture, but not really openly talking about decolonizing science. Thank you. But I think decolonizing science might be a term related to the access of knowledge, how it is established, the way it is established, how we access knowledge, information, which is restricted to power groups. And this might not only be in the relationship between national and other countries, but also within our own country. Could be power groups within the same country, the same regions, and also within communities.
Thank you. The construct of decolonizing science is relatively new for me but I consider that very interesting issue for debate. And I understand and I perceive it as the continuity like colony practices, like using our resources for answer questions that maybe or it couldn't be asked our questions maybe. And that doesn't represent our reality maybe. Okay, in Paraguay we have a great or a big effort from the government to give funds for the researchers, national funds, and in several areas like health and engineering or maybe social science, and we can access to that funds, local funds. But it's very important to note that we have also international help, and it was and it is very important for us, and we debate with them our reality, sometimes with our view, and other times sadly not. But we are working on that. I think we have a lot of weight to go in the future.
So all of you, one is the donor agencies and international part of it for your country, but also the local systems of power and privilege also you have experienced, it seems like. Yesterday, at dinner, we were just regrouping and thinking about some of the stories of our colleagues on the panel here. And several of you mentioned lots of examples where there is quite a lot of helicopter science going on, right? I mean, recently there was an article, well, not so recently, but in 2020 by Budiman Manse et al. In Geoderma on helicopter soil science, how many times people just fly and take samples. You need local collaborators to show you where to get the samples from, but they take back. And local researchers don't even know what happened with the data. So you had other examples such as that yesterday. So where can I start? Just to turn the heads. Kathleen, would you like to start?
Okay.
This is getting boring.
Well, personally, I do some field work. I collect leaves, bark from the trees, and I have had the chance to visit different communities along the distribution of the timber species I study. And while visiting the communities, I have the opportunity to talk. I have to ask for permission to access the communities and to extract samples. And the constant complaint I hear from the community people is like, why are you coming? You are again coming to collect samples. When are we going to get the results? And how are we going to know? And I kept saying, yeah, but I think the researchers send it back to your institution. Yeah, but we don't work with institutions, and we don't speak English, so we cannot read the publications, we cannot read the papers. So, and this is enormously affecting the trust that communities has on the researchers that are coming later after the previous ones. So to recover that trust, to collect the samples and I promised them, I wanted to be different, so I had to promise the last time, like, I will come back with the results. But immediately after finishing my fieldwork, I realized that I actually didn't have the funding, the budget to come back. It was not even included in my proposal. So this really makes me aware that we don't really think about it. When we plan the proposal, we don't include it as part of the budget. So it seems like I was kind of affected by colonization as well. No, I didn't include it in my own budget, but I want to change this, and I also think we should consider these people, local people, not only as sample collectors, but also having the chance to train. I didn't mention before, but I am also part of an association of forester women. And every time we go to the forest, we work mainly, we hire field guides, which are men. luckily sometimes if the partner of the man is lucky, he has the opportunity to come along with us in the forest to cook, but not really to learn in the forest to help us identifying the timber species. So I think we are also lacking this part of when we go to the forest, to also include the woman or to find ways how to also get their knowledge and also share like a knowledge exchange, so that we can also be more inclusive, not only using people for sampling.
Being responsible for doing your science responsibly, basically, and ensuring human dignity along the way, but also their rights of the people we are working with and we claim to serve, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
In Paraguay, we have an example from one plant, Stevia rebaudiana. I think it's familiar for you because the steviol glycosides that is on our sweeteners, natural sweeteners. So this is a native plant from Paraguay. And if you search in Google, you will find that most of the articles are from another people and they are not from Paraguay. Historically, this was a long time ago that Oriental people went to Paraguay, and Northern in general went pick our plants and study them. It's very good. It's nice. I think it's valid. I think if the community wait for Paraguay to get the skills to study these plants, maybe we'll pass 100 years or something. But it's okay. And the only thing I'm asking now is why we were not able to work together to have an equal accessibility to the information. And the most important thing, I think, is the people, the communities in Paraguay have to know the results, have to know the implicants, have to know how to use this information for improved quality of lives. And this is a debt for us and for scientific community, I think.
That's really profound. Babita, you also had some examples yesterday which also alluded to how any protocol we come up with, when is the protocol, was some statement that's going to come out of COP27, maybe actually difficult. We had a discussion about Kyoto protocols and why certain countries were not willing because of the examples that we were discussing last night, right? You both had an exchange, so it would be nice to have a view of that for the audience as well.
Okay. Yes, we also have a lot of issues like them. And because Nepal is a small country, though we are small according to this area, but we are very rich in biodiversity. Actually, we have around 7,000 species of plants are recorded from Nepal. We are four times bigger than UK in number, but because of various funding issues, this research is not in high priority because we have other various social problems. So government is cannot afford, is not spending huge amount of money on research. On the basis of that, these many researchers from this global north, I have to say, come to Nepal in the name of exploration, in the name of research, and they collect our sample, though they have a local collaborator there, but this local collaborator only for sample collection. Actually, they are not a true collaborator. They are taking our sample there and what they did in the past, what they are doing now. We are not much aware about that. And there is another issue. We have a lot of plant specimens. Maybe without our government permission also, there are a lot of plant specimens around the world. This botanical garden in USA, Missouri Botanical Garden, in different, this UK Botanical Garden, even in Japan. They are doing a lot of research on that. Though there are various protocols are there. The CDB is there, conventional on biodiversity is there. It talks about ABS, excess of benefit sharing. But we are not getting those type of benefit from those developed researchers. So they are, as you mentioned, they are just a helicopter researcher. They come to our Nepal as a wise person, but I have to. It is my compulsion to say, yeah, we are losing our resource, and we are getting poor day by day, I can say, and we cannot use those resources. Yes, thank you.
Or also the knowledge that is being generated by science for impact in your own countries. Points well taken. Yesterday there was some concern about how open we could be. And I urged everyone on the panel to be open. I mean, this is meant to be unpacking years of and decades and centuries of issues, and we can't no longer sweep it under the carpet, really. So just be bold. I want to give before we proceed any further, Bahati, could you play the first 3 minutes, 55 seconds of Adatun's video, please, if that's possible. Are you all able to see? Yeah. Otherwise, we will just move out of or maybe look at that. Yeah. Yeah.
Greetings, everyone, and happy anniversary, IFS. My name is Afolayan Adedoto Onoyinka. I'm a research scientist at National Center for Genetic Resources and Biotechnology here in Nigeria. I'm IFS grantee in 2015, and I've been chosen to be part of this panel discussion on decolonization of science. Decolonization of science is the process of undoing colonizing practices that have suppressed the expression of indigenous science within a colonized community. To decolonize science, we cannot look away from how essential it is for many native communities to communicate their science in their own indigenous way, using their own indigenous methodology and their own language, and passing across their cultural heritage from generation to generation. For Nigeria, indigenous language is very essential in the communication of science because it helps comprehension. It helps the way a child understands the science that the child is being taught. Now, if language of teaching of science is not the indigenous language, the clarity of understanding what is being taught, it's already blurred, and the science that is being taught may not really be the indigenous science, or even if it is a Western science, the ability to understand completely what is being taught is already reduced. So it is essential that for us to decolonize science, we have to teach science in a language that every child understand. Apart from this, in every research facility within the developing country like Nigeria, to decolonize science will mean to help understand that the facility and infrastructure that science is being carried out differ from what is obtainable in the Western world. In this side of the world, because of the non-prioritization of research by our policymaker, there are paucity of funds in purchasing the state-of-the-art equipment to carry out research. Therefore, there are a lot of improvisation that is done from time to time to ensure that though the standard requirement of carrying out research is followed adequately, the methodology may slightly differ from what is obtainable in the developed country. So to decolonize science is to understand the way of carrying out research, the approach to carrying out research within these developing communities. Also, to decolonize science, we need to understand that there may be a slight modification in methodology of carrying out science within the developing community. The modification is to allow for the indigenous approach to science in most of our research. For example, because we are solving community problems, we may need to interact frequently with the community to bring about their peculiar challenges, to understand how the challenges have affected their way of life, to see their approach to solving these challenges, and then to modify existing research methodology to accommodate some of this approach and bring it to a standard required laboratory protocol. Therefore, helping the community to solve the problem that they may be having in a standard scientific way. In this way, science will be essentially helping the indigenous community to provide solution to indigenous problems, marrying the indigenous ideas with the Western research ideas and bringing about a unique research protocol that can be, applied.
An extremely articulate person with that amazing video.
Greetings,
and
everyone,
we
and
do
happy
miss her
anniversary.
here. Thank you. Can I just stand? I keep sliding off those. So, audience, I thought maybe instead of waiting till the end and making it a Q&A, it could be a bit of a discussion. How does this term resonate with you? What are the issues and symptoms that you see? And of course, it's not, I'm keenly aware that, instead of just bashing and only talking about the problem, I would like the next half to be really focusing on what is it that we could do. But let's think of, is this a term that's resonating with you, not resonating with you? Are your institutions thinking about it? Are you thinking about it in your work? And if yes, how? Anybody would like to go? I had no plan. I was just... Okay. Yes, please. Patrick.
Thanks. It was interesting to have your perspectives. Personally, I was wondering that maybe some of your perspectives are inspired or guided by the specific fields in which you are working, which might be, like you were not knowing about dendrochronology, very specific and maybe, and that's not negative, narrow. Yeah. I would like to bring in my own experience as an ethnobotanist, which is, ethno is socio and botany is like beta sciences. And we did surveys. I don't think that they were helicopter. Normally we worked with the local people, and right from the beginning, and the beginning with me is in 1990, so it's 30 years back. What we always did was, okay, we recorded, we analyzed, we synthesized, and of course we published in English, but we always translated in the local language. So right from my first project, which was in Namibia, we tried to learn the language. And so, of course, with the help of local people, we transferred this English text into a local text. And what we did then was to go and distribute all the results, all the booklets, to all the people who had provided us with the info. And we did that in Bolivia afterwards, Ecuador, we did that in Senegal. So it's a mindset, but apparently maybe the mindset came already early with us because we have this ethnobotany perspective. I heard you say something on decolonizing. It's also a policy matter. I would suggest that you would look into the case of INBio in Costa Rica. This is an institute that very early, I don't know, can't remember, but it was founded quite some years back. Costa Rica was faced with the fact that the Americans came to source plants and then took them out. And they said, no way. You will go through us. You will pay us to build a center, and we will do the analysis for you, and we will share the benefits. So that was ABS long before it was invented. It was CBD long before the conference. I don't know where the visionary was who thought it out, but I think it's a very good example of what it might come to. And then maybe thirdly, I think that even if you are in a narrow piece of maybe more fundamental research, still, I heard you deplore that you didn't have the money to go back. Well, it should be upfront in your proposal, of course. It's not only about publishing, it's also about the restitution, about the sharing, and then to go further from there. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely hindsight 2020. I just yeah, okay, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Yeah.
Thank you. This was really nice session. I enjoyed the title itself, though it has been not working. Okay. Even though this is in the debate, it was not debate in the sense that it has to reinforce to thinking on that. There are many evidences. Babita was right. If I look to Nepal and largely even in South Asia, there are so many issues are colonized knowledge. For example, journal article, because our English is poor and therefore journal article are rejected. It's not because of our methodology is weak or our argument is, so it's French fight for that, and at least they were able to parallelly develop. But others, that is one example, the intellectual property right. So many of our resources are registered in the name of different researchers, in the neem, the basmati rice, and there are lists, the buckwheat flour in Japan. We can list hundreds and hundreds. And also the partnership, the research partnership itself, which I have experienced for 2 decades or more. Those who have money and they control everything, and this cosmetic changes, they show that this and that, and the decision making is with the core. And of course it is difficult, but it is the real concern in the global south. There are so many conditionality in the aid. For example, this climate debate, recent climate debate, even the climate experts are saying one thing and the policymakers are doing other thing. So, you see, that is how the broader colonization process is still prevalent, right. Yeah. And therefore decolonization is essential. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please. And 2 last, and then we will go on to the next. And I want to pick up on this fantastic example you gave, and as a part of action points as well. Please, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to follow what Patrick has said. After Costa Rica, the Andean regions have signed an agreement that means from Colombia through Bolivia. And this regional agreement then was maybe registered by the United Nations. And then we know the Nagoya Protocol. So it is really important that field scientists have to know about the previous and informed project. It is because they are going to be involved as co-researchers, but also to co-authors. So this is going to change the minds we have, as we own the information, we own the knowledge, but sharing with them and also dividing and collaborating in order to know that every networking has to be involved with the compromise in field work, but also when the research is done. Thank you.
On the Latin American countries, would you like to respond to any of this? Do you see people coming and following any of these conventions? Are they even aware of it, yes, when they come into the country?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I was actually about to mention Nagoya Protocol. I think this came out of the problem with corn, potato, quinoa, no, to protect the how do you say, the ownership and also the genetic resources and the benefit sharing. How this was designed and how it is applicable is still a challenge, because I'm also working myself with some endangered species, and it's very difficult to put it in practice and to take the samples to study in other countries. This includes CITES also, CITES convention. But I think it's a good way to start. And regarding the Kyoto Protocol, I think the reason why our country is not very active on climate change talks anymore is because the rhetoric, the discourse now by many people in Bolivia is like, why should we protect trees or I don't know, keep those trees for, I don't know, carbon dioxide and so on, with the cost of our development, when there are other countries who created this protocol, Kyoto Protocol, that are not really contributing as they contribute with emissions. No? So this is, I think this is a way of colonization as well, because it has not really been designed to our own reality. How do we want to follow, there are people who want to follow the Kyoto Protocol, but how do we do it if it doesn't really reflect our reality?
Would you like to add to that, or
Yes,
are
no,
we good?
no,
please. No.
No, I'm agree with what are you saying. We have an experience, like I said, we're working on that, right? We followed all the agreements, international agreements. We are trying.
Maybe you can try this again.
We are trying to protect our.
That's it.
Okay, we are trying to protect our phytogenetics resources, our natural resources. So it's a challenge for us. There are many point of view on this issue, maybe political, economical, and we as scientists we have our own view, right?
Yeah. Okay. Of course, you're the panelists.
Yes. As you mentioned, we have to follow different protocols because these protocols are made basically outside the country. I would like to give one example. We have one tree, Soria robusta. It is called a sal. From that, we can build very long-lasting furniture products. Okay, it is grown in government land also, in private sector also, people are planting a lot of plants. Because of those protocols, people who are growing them by their own investment or in their private land, they are not able to cut those trees. We are just losing our resources, and we are compelled to buy similar type of products from foreign countries. That is our reality. That is also we have to think. Thank you.
The irony of it. Yes, please. Could we have the mic there? Thank you.
I don't know if it's a question or a perspective or something just to ponder about. But when I think about colonization, I think about a system of exploitation and appropriation. And in this regard, I'm thinking about a continuing process aided by science and scientists, whereby local products, with monetary values or which can be exploited and sold in markets, identified through process of science. Scientists will conduct science and research among local communities and highlight through scientific journals and papers plants of medicinal values, particular practices, with medicinal value, nutritional values and things like that. And then those are publicized through research methods, and then intellectual properties obtained and marketed and created into global products. But the local people who have known such products historically, because they don't play in the same framework. So I think it's something to be considered in the process of decolonizing science. Who has the right to patent? Who has the right to talk about and obtain rights to exploit? And I think science in this sense is a guilty collaborator, if not actually the ones who point out these things. In a process that is probably not intentional, but which opens ways to others who have ulterior motives to be able to take advantage of local communities and exploit them.
I think the time for unintentional and that being our one of the reasons should become less and less. I think we should be more aware. There should be more intentionality in really assessing these risks that we are putting people in, and say, oh, I didn't know, therefore I did this. Well, too bad. Now, you should do the homework kind of a thing. Yes, please, at the back, and then I will just go to what to do, therefore. Could we hold your questions to, here and then I'm going to call.
Okay, thank you. I have a question here. Okay. When you talk about decolonization, who is upholding the colonial structure? Is it the Western universities, Western world, donors only? Or to what extent is it the national universities and national research councils? Could you please separate the roles? Who is to blame? Who is the enemy?
All of us. Sorry, I think you inadvertently actually set us on to the next part. Can the questions be held on just for a bit so that we can get to the next round and there are two hands raised. We were discussing yesterday, there were two things, right? There is this colonial structures from Europe and Northern America, where the purse strings and all of that hold, and much more powerful educational institutions and other paraphernalia infrastructure exists. And how does that impact research, the scientific enterprise with our colleagues in low and middle income countries? And then we also talked about power structures within, because every country has its own power structure. I mean, colonization is one part of it, and the other is that every country has its own power structures: man, woman, this ethnicity versus that ethnicity, so on, this caste versus that caste, so on and so forth. So I think the problem is on both ends, and I think for a transformative change in this power dynamics, we need action at both ends. But I'm thinking, given the nature of the conversation, to stick to the topic, I think we should talk about where the purse strings are and where the power lies in, again, setting the research agenda and all of that. So maybe for today, and I totally take your point in terms of, I'm coming from India and I know exactly the kind of within country power dynamics that exist. But maybe for today, for the nature of the dialogue and for relevance for IFS, we keep to this idea of power asymmetries between Northern and European countries and the Global South, and how to kind of make this a more level playing field. If you all agree on that, can I ask you that question in terms of, to what extent do you think, well, let's not go with the problem, but given that there are these power asymmetries and you talked about, what can be done about it? How have you thought about it? Are researchers in your area or institutions thinking about it? What can you tell us about how we can get to a more just scientific world that can actually create impacts for the communities we claim to serve?
Okay, it's very hard to answer that, but in Paraguay we have basic problems to resolve. For example, access to education and quality of education. And maybe we have to we have to change the starting point for knowledge generation from our realities and look for that in our call for funds or something at local level. It's our first step in my country. Then I'm really think that we value the international support, and we need that. We have to continue increasing our human capital in Paraguay. We need that because we have a problem with the we talked yesterday. We have a problem with the integration of our young researchers that are studying in another countries. They don't have where to do the high quality research. So one of two, or they go to the private sector, or they return to where they did their PhD or master degree. It's a problem for us because we don't start to grow in science in our countries. And maybe we have to establish a clear dialogue between us and between the organizations and partnerships and networks. We need that, and establish all the things and the agreements first, and look for to get the people, then the communities, I think.
So, which is like really the brain drain happening.
Yes.
We talked about Paraguay having these scholarships to send researchers abroad, but really coming back and being able to do the science in their countries has been a challenging process. And therefore, how do you create the whole architecture within the countries for them to thrive, and the role of international organizations in that? Yeah. Kathleen.
Thank you. How can we think about science in our countries when education itself is a big problem? So education, as Maria Eugenia mentioned, is a big, important challenge we have to face, we have to solve. And it is very much interconnected with other priorities we have in the country. Hunger, I don't know, social issues itself, health. So it is really a big challenge to put science into the agenda of decision makers. Education itself, I think, is the main core to first focus on how we solve, how to make it better, and then maybe we can take the next step, or maybe do it like transversally with science.
Thank you. Babita. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, this generally research is now going to start in Global South. Now it is slowly it is going. But for research, for cutting edge research, we need lot of money, because we need the various type of reagents, different type of this instrumentation. And this, if you buy that instrument in Sweden, it costs same price. We have to pay the same price if we buy from Nepal also. So because we are a middle income country, you are already you have very high GDP. But even sometimes we need to pay more for that. Because of different policy, tax policy and other thing, we need to pay more. So how we can do those type of cutting edge research in our country? That is a very big issue. So we cannot do that type of research alone in our country. So we need various donor agencies, funding agencies. That is our compulsion, we can say. So for that, we need those type of collaboration. It should be a symbiotic approach, so that both southern and northern researchers could be benefited. So we need equal involvement in that research, not only for the survey and other type of that I am feeling. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we open to the two hands up? So I'd like to take those and then play the video and maybe have a quick wrap up. Talk about some key steps you would like to see, right? Yeah.
I just would like to say that decolonization is not only issue in the developing countries. So just take an example of COVID. when the COVID research money went into, it was mostly from the government, but the companies got the IP. So we need to understand that, okay, there is that issue in the developing countries as well. But on the other side, I would say the onus on the researchers as well, when you are collaborating with your foreign partners, that kind of thing, you need to develop policies and think where you can have the equal partnership, equal kind of the rights to the research, so you can own that research as well. So again, it goes what Babita mentioned is about policy thing, that develop the policies where the knowledge sharing, open access, wherever the IFS or other grant funding agencies, it is very clear that that research needs to be demonstrated and it needs to be shown within the community. Reports are published. So in this way, making the science more open. So that work need to be done on policies wise, whether from the countries or from the donors as well, how we can promote the research and findings out there.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Just, I think the kind of our dominant scientific paradigm that we all exist within has got off quite lightly from the panel. I mean, from my understanding, the kind of the entire concept of empirical science is based or originates in colonial concepts of accuracy and science. And replicability of that as well. Yeah. Exactly. But I think also this is where we are. This is part of the systems that we all work within. And so, of course, I understand this. But the speaker that was on the recording, and I'm sorry, I can't. That's fine. I can't see her name, but I think she really hit on something special there when it comes to the methodologies, the indigenous or locally originating methodologies, like how we measure things in these communities, like what are the terms used, how do we describe them? You know, I think certain parts of science don't lend themselves well to that. There needs to be rigorous international units of measurement, but other ones do. And I feel like if there was one area of the scientific process that we have that could be perhaps unlocked a little bit, it would be this methodological rigor, the concept of what that actually means in other parts of the world and in other contexts as well. So I think that's one very interesting area, and I'd like to hear what the panelists think about that. And then just a kind of bright, positive experience. Last week I was lecturing on a course for women entrepreneurs from indigenous peoples and local communities organised by the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, and they are doing some fantastic work. You imagine the World Intellectual Property Organization, it's like lawyers, accountants, very stuffy bureaucrats, but actually they've really have it's not my professional opinion, but they've actually seen that there's this opportunity, and so it's not only what we as in scientists can do to support the local people, but how local people can get skills and learn to use the processes that are already here, such as intellectual property, for their own benefits and for protecting those cultivars and species that we've discussed as well. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. We raised some number of important points, and I actually wanted to get to Aditun's thing because I was also fascinated with how she challenged all of us in thinking about integrating the science as we know, that those of us who are trained in a certain modern science versus integrating these indigenous protocols, but also recognizing that maybe because, again, I am my own positionality and my own training, there are different kinds of sciences and, what is amenable to that. Not everyone needs to do the same kind of science. There is science and there is science and there is science, right? Really getting that into understanding where that indigenous protocols matter, are important. But also in other contexts of other kinds of science, like you guys do basic sciences and really hardcore science, how does the international architecture support and make you are already, and it's not like that, but you are the chosen few who are already the leaders, but people like us, thrive, all the people in your network, for example. Go ahead, there was a question for you on how you think about that methodology in terms of local knowledge versus established science. Can I have 1 minute, 2 minutes? Yeah. This is where things get warmed up, and and I just want to play the last 2 minutes of that video as well. Sorry, I saw a hand, but we have to take it over whatever the next break is. Yeah, please go.
And let's remember that we have the reflection session this afternoon at the end. So, Margaret, if you would like to indicate on the flip chart at the back that you'd like to raise the issue, please write your name on the flip chart, Margaret. Thanks.
Yeah, I totally agree with the last opinion given. Thank you very much. I think it's very important, and it's kind of philosophical, I would say. And actually, when I think about this type of question, I also think myself, what do I want to get out of this project, of this research, of these people collaborating with me? Do I really want them to do something about climate change? Do I want them to develop, to do what they want? Am I interested to get something out of it, or just for the sake of their own benefit? And yeah, I think without answering those questions, I wouldn't be able to answer what method. I mean, if it is really meaningful to use their units to share it internationally, or if it is really meaningful inside, and if what that meaningful thing locally means in relation to other countries.
But that's an important point. What you're saying is we really need to think about all these things, and we need to really reflect, not just have a knee-jerk reaction to this is good, that's bad, but how do you really reflect on these multiple opportunities and challenges as well in science? Babita, you had your microphone close to your mouth. No, anything else you want to say, and we can move on to the. So how can we address this inequities? What are the two key recommendations would you say we should think about?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier also, we are from low middle income country. It is very hard to do this cutting edge research there. So we need a collaboration. We must need collaboration. So collaboration, we need that type of collaboration that both this northern and southern researchers are equally benefited. And another aspect is if this researcher from northern countries help us to build in these various capacity building activities, maybe that might be another option. There might be because we need researcher like me need very sophisticated instrument, and as you know, we have to pay a lot of money for that. Sometimes, many times it is very hard to afford them. So why not you think about about subsidy? And I have one stupid idea also.
Throw it out there.
Might be stupid
it's a bold
idea.
one.
It's my personal idea. Generally, these books that are published in this northern world, we can easily assess. You know how? Because we can get this low price edition book. So everyone can assess that these books published by northern researcher. That is, so we are affording. Why not in instrumentation and other thing? We need to think about that. From researcher from northern country or a policy maker, maybe can think about that. So that is my opinion. Yeah.
Like generic drugs, generic instrumentation, yeah.
Yes, maybe we have to strengthen our local first, regional and international and global networks, and with high qualified professionals and researchers. I'm agree with look for the methodology too, that the way we are going to make this. And I think we have to establish our priorities as a country, and then dialogue between us and between all the organizations, national and international, to go ahead with that solutions.
But I must agree, you got off lightly. If I was on the panel, I would have also taken the whole publishing establishment, and all the unconscious bias there is among the northern researchers. I urge you all to look at Matthew Harris from Imperial College had done this, I think, randomized crossover study design on unconscious bias among researchers on how they rate papers if they're randomized for the same abstract for the same abstract, they changed the lead institution of that abstract, and the same person rated them differently on the relevance and some other metrics of the quality of work. Right, so there is a lot of unconscious bias against us, amongst us. Also, we need to address. But could we play the last 2 minutes of that, or maybe I could. I don't know how to. And then we can wrap up. Sorry, I know we are going a bit over time, quite a lot over time, right? Sorry, I apologize.
Any scientific environment. I'm bringing about a unique research protocol that can be, applied in any scientific. Research protocol that can be, applied in any scientific environment. Also, to decolonize science, we may need to communicate science to the indigenous community in the language they understand. For example, when we finish a research on yam improvement for income and food security in West Africa in my laboratory, there was need to communicate to the farmer that the improved breeder seed, which is at the output of the research, is essentially better than the yam minicet that is being used by farmers. Though we could treat the yam minicet, the breeder seed is prepared in the confines of a controlled environment. The yam produced as the explant, the propagating material, have been screened through a series of disinfection. Therefore, the breeder seed that is the output of the research is essentially clean and disease-free. In communicating this to the farmer, we engage the use of playlet, which Yoruba actors to give a playlet in Yoruba dialect to the farmers, communicating this to the farmers in the language they understand. So if we are to decolonize science, we are to be able to communicate the output of science to the listeners or to the users in a language they understand. I also prepare a PowerPoint, though the PowerPoint was prepared in English language. During my presentation, I had to make a presentation in Yoruba language, which is the language of the farmers, the common farmers, and this was clearly understood by the farmer, and they were able to understand what we are bringing to them. And the open day was a very successful one. So to decolonize science, it means to communicate the outputs of science to the indigenous community in the language they understand. I want to thank IFS specifically for this opportunity, and I want to say thank you for the privilege of being in this panel discussion. Happy anniversary, IFS. Wish you the best in the coming years. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to do any more closing, but please give a big round of applause to the panelists.
Yeah. Sunita, Babita, Kathleen, and Eugenia, thank you very much. Another round of applause for these wonderful colleagues. And Annika, if you'll give us some guidance on timing coming back from lunch.
Yeah. Discussion was heating up, Babita said. Luckily, it's a cold lunch. So you've been sitting for a while now, and there will be a little exercise before you get lunch, because we have to walk in that direction, not in that direction. Then you end up in another group's lunch. So along the corridor there. But before you leave, I'll ask my colleague Sirilak to stand up at the back of the room there. Have a look at her. If you have any financial claims that you want to get from IFS, Sirilak is the person to contact. So, what do we say? It's back again at 1:15. 1:15. I might bring the bell, I might not bring the bell. You just have to see. You can leave the bags in the room if you want to.
Thank you. I don't know. I got carried away with the cafe style part of it, and I hope I met your expectations.
Hello, hello. Yeah, we got it. Hello. Hello again.
You're repeating yourself.
Almost. A bouquet of microphones.
Yay.
Vilken spännande dag. Ja. Ja, kul. Okej.
And we're going to, at the very beginning,
with some.
We're going to start the video from COP.
With who?
It's a video from COP.
Okay,
with David
okay.
Chiawo. He's an alumni.
Yeah.
And he put together about a 5-minute video.
Okay.
We won't cut into your time.
Okay.
But we delayed it from previous. It'll be the link between the alumni who were on the last panel and this panel looking at issues of climate change.
Okay.
And it's quite well done.
Okay.
And it'll be it's
good,
very
and it's
smooth.
very
Yeah.
topical. So,
And
yeah.
it'll get people back in the room. Okay. Thank you for that, Sajita.
What was this called? The Academy of Engineering and what?
This one is the Royal Swedish Academy of Engineering, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you.
And Bahati, did you see if Samuel's video is okay?
Sorry?
Samuel's video is okay?
The start.
Huh?
The start.
The start?
Yeah.
And then?
The audio is now there, but I've not heard the content. I need to hear it. You might. Okay, I'll listen to it when the. Yeah. Do you want to listen to it?
Yeah, but is it already on here?
Yeah. But let's skip it. Yeah. Let's put it on the email.
So is the volume okay? on the
Yeah,
speaker?
the volume is okay. It's the content that I don't know how it fits, but.
And then apparently the Samuel video is okay, and we'll play it at the end as discussed.
Yeah, I told him actually that I'll do it just before the last set of questions for the
Okay.
audience.
Okay.
I told him, just so that it doesn't end
Yeah.
his answers and then this.
Yeah,
No.
okay, okay.
Now, how much leeway do you have? About 5 minutes extra is okay?
Yeah.
If we run over.
Yeah. We have
Because
some
the
time
next
towards.
session is at 3:30.
The
The reflection thing.
Yeah, that's at 3. There's a 30-minute break, so we'll probably eat up some of that into the final session.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That would give us what, 9?
Something like that. I'm afraid that some may be reluctant and also may feel almost threatened if there is like 2 coming in, like it's.
I think so too.
It's a bit of a takeover
Well,
kind of
I've been
atmosphere.
sitting with Anna
Uh-huh.
from Bolivia.
Yeah, Monica.
Trying this.
Yeah. Because one of the former people.
They should be
I-
ringing.
But 20 years back, he came to me and he.
No.
I think the best thing to do is to have her listen to the whole thing so that she knows what is in there. Because I'm hearing decolonizing science in here.
No, but there's even he just listening.
Even
I was this feeling that.
Well, I will try to diffuse that a little bit before the yeasting. But you know, some of the board are saying we never knew this was happening. These organizations, they are trying to take over, and we should have been discussed with. And I said, well, it was a matter of judgment. We thought the best time to discuss this was at the board, when you would have all the information put before you.
Yeah.
And we believe that we have enough time to make some decisions. But maybe this conversation will have to continue. Unless we say we have to make a decision by 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
Push them.
The other thing is we should also reflect on how we will proceed. So I think that it would be good to have another board meeting somewhere beginning next year.
Possible for
Also to waive out officially like Register.
Yeah, we have to come back for that probably.
Yeah. But also so she will be out and Jenny will have started, hopefully. And then maybe we go further because then the finance will start with this indigenous thing. So there might be a need for a recap then. And
we may have to use the time between now and January to do some work. And I'm away a lot. But
me too.
To do some work on job description. But we could ask we may need to make a hire. But at what level I don't know to run this program. We can't ask any of the
No.
So we could ask
Sure, yeah. But for me, it's part of his mandate.
Well, if we continue.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'll take Thomas first.
Same player should be.
How are you?
It's interesting to see how we are portrayed outside.
Okay.
So this is
Okay.
she's hearing it from outside and then
Okay.
sending this.
Okay. Yeah.
This is that part we
Yeah. So that's print screens. Any idea on how many people are following this from outside?
I think it can be seen
Well, I think
this is the video.
what we're looking for is
Yeah, this the reform thing or what?
No, this is our campaign.
Okay, yeah.
you respect.
As we begin coming back together, we have an almost real-time contribution from the COP meeting that's taking place in Egypt. And this is one of our IFS alumni, David Chiawo, who is a very active member of the alumni. And he and alumni associations across Africa have gathered together to take part in a roundtable at the COP, and it has to do with the role of business schools and climate leadership in Africa. And so as we come back together, we'll screen this and see the efforts of one of the IFS alumni in terms of moving these issues forward. And then once we've done that, we will move into our second panel. So Bahati, if we could go ahead and screen the COP video.
I'm David Chiawo. I'm a lead scientist for climate change programs at Strathmore University and the International Foundation for Science Representative in Africa. COP27 is here in Egypt at Sharm el-Sheikh. It's a big time season in the African region, but also a very important signature for African leaders. Climate change has really had hard effects in African countries. You're aware of the current shortfalls in terms of rains going on in the Sahel region and the unpredictable rainfall patterns that are going on in East Africa. You're aware of the drought in Somalia. You're aware of drought in Kenya. Every part of Africa today is below threshold in terms of biodiversity resource. I mean, that big call for action is how do we do best research now? Research that addresses local needs. And the key areas proposed by International Foundation for Science for Engagement with Business Schools includes addressing issues at local level, including food security, water scarcity, needs to do with biodiversity loss, needs around climate change and human health, but also need around green energy.
I really believe that business schools, school of business, have to be school for businesses, because we are serving corporates. And if we are a school for businesses, we have to help businesses to be businesses for society.
We need to find our own voice. That is that African project, that exemplar project that we are going to coalesce around.
We really believe that things are different for Africa. The way we do business is different. The way we worry about resilience is different. We are looking to see the outtakes of the COP27 discussions and the adaptation related strategies. We're hoping that we can interpret it in meaningful ways to business sectors in the country and in Africa, and especially those in the informal sector and the SMEs.
For us at the business school, we set up a climate leadership program. We are looking at elements to do with the diplomacy. We are looking at elements to do with the climate financing. We are looking at climate budgeting. I think for us, let's move away from looking at business schools as just teaching for executives, but let's transform business schools both for executives and hubs for research. And I think that's why International Foundation for Science is coming in, based on that trust that the policymakers has on business schools, the executives has on schools, the top business brands have on schools. Then we get a stop shop where we can actually change their thinking. But at the same time, we identify projects, I think this has been mentioned repeatedly, which key projects will drive the climate leadership agenda for Africa.
One of the 6 most impactful paths that we need to pursue if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 1, of course, being education.
I think we can have a profitable discussion about research. What topics do you think would make sense? How would you individually and collectively put your voices together so that stuff is heard by other people? And what's an outreach strategy?
So who is it we need to mobilize to create something that is more than just a conversation on business schools, but creates a pressure on society and on business schools to change?
I don't want us to get out of this room today without at least having a specific timeline or a framework of what are the next steps. And that was the specific purpose why we met today.
Africa is a young continent whose average age is 19 and is to be considered the continent of the future. We want to provide green energy. This will create an opportunity for the youth in Africa to work in the so-called 3D revolution that we are experiencing right now and we shall experience in the next decades. The 3Ds are decarbonization. We don't want to have any carbon emission to stop global warming. Decentralization. We want to have smaller sizes of energy systems that do not damage nature. And finally, digitalization, where we want to use the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence to have an electric system which is smarter and more affordable.
Research in Africa must be used to solve problems, to drive both theory and practice, but most importantly, to contribute to solving some of the most pressing issues of Africa.
When it comes to research, it requires funding, and we need to work together to look at funding sources. Some of our schools might have some funding, but it is not sustainable for the long term, and our ambitions are big, so we need to work with corporate partners, with different organizations, but also with IFIs who can help us fund and have a more scalable and sustainable impact.
So IFS moving into the future is keen on really focusing strongly on working with business schools which have had trust from policymakers, which has had trust with business community, but also has trust with diplomats. And that way we are able to mobilize a strong capacity building for a next generation of leaders in Africa to mitigate or to take action against climate change.
with those final words and that message about climate change and about who needs to be doing the research, where that needs to be coming from in terms of funding, in terms of locations, in terms of who is involved, we're now moving ourselves into the afternoon where we're going to be looking much more deeply and step by step at what is being envisioned for IFS's future. There will be a presentation after this panel by Malcolm, who is on the board, and by Nagisti, with how they see, with inputs from other colleagues who have been involved in this discussion, about how we can bring the IFS of the past 50 years with the IFS of the next 50 years together. And what we are intending is that by the end of this afternoon, that we'll have a clear idea, or a more clear idea, about the range of views on the issue of an IFS 2.0, your own recommendations. I do recommend, there are already 2 names on the board in the back. If you would like to make a specific statement, we'll be heading into that direction, and I will be explaining how we're going to frame that final discussion session later. So all of us in the room, somewhat surprisingly, may have seen that IFS is looking at the possibility and hoping to have a direction where it works with indigenous people and local community organizations and their scholars. And so what we want to do is get a bit more insight and understanding into what those issues are and how they're being framed. We're very pleased to have Sajita Bashir here. She's going to be moderating and chairing the panel, and she will introduce the panelists once we're all up here. So Stephen and Kathleen, we have a repeat performance by Kathleen. She very graciously agreed to be on both panels because she, in some sense, bridges the issues with both of these topics. So Kathleen, if you'll just come forward. And then we also have a video input from a very important colleague, Samuel Linguifo, who we're hoping to be able to use, if the technology permits, as part of the final statement that will come from this panel. And so, Sajita, please.
Hello? Yeah. So my name is Sajida Bashir, and I have most recently worked at the World Bank, where I was helping to manage, or I was managing a very large program for science and technology capacity development in Africa, the African Centers of Excellence, as well as the Pan-African Research Fund. But I just want to say that the previous session on decolonization of science set the stage for this discussion, obviously, because we are going to now discuss a little bit more about how do we involve indigenous community groups and their organizations. How do we really change the agenda given the current architecture of financing and governance of research? So it naturally leads to the question of how do we decolonize, which means science for what, science for whom, and science by whom, some of which was discussed in the earlier session and also by Arun and Margaret in their opening statements. So to discuss this, I'm really very honored to have with me 2 distinguished panelists in person who will speak about the issues facing indigenous communities and local communities, and one person will be speaking by video later. So Stephen Moiko is a social scientist from Kenya. He is from the Indigenous Livestock Keeping Maasai Society. He's an anthropologist, but he's also the founder and head of the community-based research and consulting organization called Nabara Consult, which translates science and research into technical services for the community. And Kathleen has already been introduced, but I would just like to emphasize her role also in using her research to deal with illegal logging and tracing timber origin, And she has worked on a community solutions program. She supports the implementation of sustainable forest management and has co-created the organization called Mujer Forestales, which is, I think, means forest women or women in forestry. And therefore, they will both be speaking from the perspective of not only as indigenous community researchers, but as participants in organizing and mobilizing indigenous communities and in utilizing research. So let me just make a few introductory remarks just to set the stage, and then we'll go to the questions. So we are talking about changes that need to be made. And I think there are at least two sets of changes we need to think of. How do we involve and empower the people who have been traditionally excluded, suppressed, or even destroyed by colonialism, as well as by the post-colonial world order, okay? That includes, of course, indigenous people, but more broadly, local communities. We realize now that many of these trends in the post-colonial order haven't addressed these issues confronting these communities. And the second issue we have to confront, which was touched upon earlier, is to change the way in which scientific research is financed and governed, because without that, you cannot really change the way for whom, for what, by whom. It cannot be changed without looking at how science is financed and governed. And because in its application to the colonies and to indigenous people, especially in settler colonies, science was used primarily for extracting resources and to exploit resources, not always for the benefit of the local people. And their areas of applied research were determined by those priorities. Okay, but I think what we haven't touched on fully and which we want to take on in this panel is the way in which science is organized and conducted, which has grown out of what happened in Western Europe and America, and then in a way transplanted to other countries, some of which has had good results, like IFS, and many other organizations have tried to deal with that. But we're talking about an institutional framework that deals with universities. Initially, they were the primary movers of scientific research, but scientific associations, publishing companies, and after World War II, especially, it's the corporate sector that has increasingly taken over research and development. And in a way, the domination of defense, security, and intelligence in public funding for research and science as a tool for great power rivalry. So this is the context in which things are working now. Maybe 50 years after IFS was created, the environment has really changed. And there are also major political and ideological trends that have transformed the publishing industry, in particular, where scientific communication takes place and the scientific researchers are nurtured. Highly concentrated, corporate, the changes in the university management and the focus on rankings and incentives for young researchers and professors, the system of peer review, the competitive grants mechanisms, national and international, the use of international grants to shape research priorities and international research agendas, as well as national research funds and so on. So there's a whole architecture of financing and governance. And as IFS tries to find its way for the next phase, we have to think, what parts of this are we going to try and influence? What parts do we have to work with? And at the same time, and this is what I'll end with, I think there are many pressing reasons why things can change at this time. And that's what we'd like the panelists to also highlight, perhaps. The first is there's so many global crises that are existential, but which now require local solutions. And therefore, it's not a question of just some global announcement, this is the solution, and let everybody else implement it. That's not the way that's going to make things change. And in particular, indigenous people are in charge of much of the local forests, local areas that are intrinsic to the protection of humanity from climate disaster as well as environmental degradation. The second is the increased organized presence and voice and resistance of indigenous communities and their organizations in the international arena. They're there at COP, they're everywhere, and that means they can be in science also, and can change, can influence the policy making. And the third transformative change, I think, is within the scientific enterprise itself. And that is being spurred on by the data and digital revolution. And on the one hand, it increases the possibility of democratizing science, making science available to a lot more people, and can foster deep collaboration, etc. But it can also give rise to the opposing trends and has done so already. So on the one hand, open access, open science, etc. But this can lead to further concentration of power, extraction of data, new forms of data colonialism, and exclusion of the people who actually need to benefit this thing. So I think science also has to take on board some of the trends that Arun and Margaret were talking about, which is the question of addressing the need for a different world vision, based on the commons, as Arun said, and also on involving indigenous communities, as Margaret had mentioned. So before moving to the question, let me just say that we'll structure the session in the following way. We'll have questions to the two panelists, and the first and the second question, and then we'll open it up to the audience. And then I'll ask the third question, and we'll hear from our third panelist at the end, and then there could be some more questions from the audience as well. So let me first turn to Stephen. And we want to talk about the current situation, okay? Could you elaborate on some concrete barriers that you see for local communities and indigenous people and their organizations to participate in and benefit from research? So in particular, to what extent do universities, domestic and international research institutions, and the corporate sector incorporate the priorities and questions of local communities?
Thank you, Sajita. It's an honor, and I'm humbled to be a member of this panel. I think it's correct to say that indigenous peoples and local communities are not properly or conclusively involved in science, especially in the southern world. And I think one of the challenges is that the issue of priorities and the agenda that sometimes is being tackled by mainstream science, as opposed to what local communities or indigenous people see as priorities. I'm from Kenya, from the Maasai Pastoralist Society. As we speak, we are handling one of the worst droughts experienced in the last 50 years. People are losing their livestock. Crops have failed for about 3 seasons. But we do not have research that addresses those issues. Those are key issues to the lives of people, the livelihoods of people, and those are the priorities. That is the agenda that indigenous people want addressed. The issue of increasing poverty, overexploited resources, theft of local resources, exploitation. But we find that education systems are existent and children are going to university, but coming up with degrees that they are not able to provide solutions to current problems. The second barrier is what I would say is the, closed space for alternative or indigenous forms of knowledge. Indigenous people's systems and knowledge are still regarded as uncivilized, barbaric, and unscientific. There's no clear way of capturing indigenous people's knowledge. There's no way of recognizing and giving it prominence as an alternative way of knowledge. So an elderly person with a lot of knowledge on ethnobotany, on agricultural systems, on adaptation to climate change, on fighting particular crop debilitating diseases is not still recognized as knowledgeable. But as knowledge that is unscientific, it's not usable, it's not consumable. That kind of knowledge also has no form of storage. Science recognizes peer-reviewed papers. It recognizes published articles in depending on what journal. So knowledge, indigenous knowledge, that has a lot of relevance in addressing real and local problems, has, it dies as people age and die because there's no way of capturing it, because there's no way of transferring it into a system that is consumable by people who want to, who would like to address those problems. Again, and there's someone who spoke about this earlier, is the methods. What methods do you use to capture a knowledge owned or held by indigenous people? So we need to work on the methods. So the lack of substantiated methods through which people can bring out this knowledge, can do research, and not necessarily doing research in a way that is, is conventionally understood, but in a way of bringing out, indigenous people, alternative forms of knowledge. We need to work on those. And then I think the last barrier, and this is a very significant one, is that there's been a sustained attack, if I will say, on indigenous people's knowledge system through an elaborate system of formal education. From a young age, children are taught to learn foreign languages. In Kenya, there's a big emphasis on English. There's a big emphasis of not speaking your mother tongue. Yet there is where the indigenous knowledge is. There's some concepts, that you cannot translate from Maasai to English or Swahili because it does just not exist. Weather patterns that are very rich, which include local knowledge. So not to attack the formal education system, but it's by discouraging and encouraging particular forms of knowledge, by presenting others as backward and unknowledgeable and things that you need to move away from. They discourage indigenous forms of knowledge and alternative forms of knowledge.
Thanks a lot. So, Kathleen, maybe just on that question about the barriers, I think, perhaps you could speak from your experience also, but more broadly about what are the barriers in getting collaboration or support from nonprofit organizations or universities to do the kind of research that is relevant for local communities.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this question relates a lot with the previous panel. As my partner here mentioned already, is education is one big barrier. I think one of the most important maybe. Can you imagine, like in the city, we are already facing a big barrier of education. So how difficult it's going to be for the people living in small communities already, no? And then we have the power groups that we already mentioned, the monopoly of the knowledge and the access to opportunities. I think affects how communities get opportunities, get other train on other topics or exchange of knowledge with other people. And also the lack of incentives. And I mean, research, a lot of the research is being showed as fundamental research. We don't really show how applicable can be. So the communities want something they want to apply, they want to use, that something that can cover part of their necessities. So there is a lack of important incentives to the community, or to explain, to communicate this to them.
Mm-hmm. So I want to follow up on one question that was raised in the previous panel also, and about the architecture of research and governance. That's the issue of the journals and the publications, right? And we know that becomes a gateway to both, what kind of research gets published, but also it affects the careers of young scientists, and they start then doing things which the publishers want and the whole international architecture wants. So could you maybe elaborate a bit on that? Like what are, how does it actually work if you want to get your work published and you're working on issues that are affecting the community? Do you just get a no-no, or do you have to team up with somebody? What's your experience, or if you have worked with others who have
in a way, I have to say I feel privileged because I have the opportunity to learn English.
Yeah.
But not everybody has the opportunity to speak and to learn. And this provided me the opportunity to publish my research. But that doesn't mean the people back home understand the results or that they have access. In many cases, it happened to me like, there are a lot of foresters because I work in forestry sector. So there are a lot of foresters complaining there is not research about this species or this type of forest. But actually there is research, it's just in English. And I have to translate a little bit of the papers to share. So it demands extra work to make them more accessible for the other people. But it's kind of exhausting sometimes, it's double work. But in order not to repeat the research and to make it valuable and useful for the local people, it has to be also translated or into local language.
Did you want to?
Oh, yeah. I think on my part, I would say that I think we all know how to publish a paper because we've been through universities and I've gone through the process of of publishing. But I'm thinking about the indigenous person, the local community, who has knowledge and wants to get it out. They are not able to do that simply because that alternative system of obtaining that kind of knowledge does not exist, and in the way that is recognized by science. I think I want to call for, as part of the rethinking that we are all about, that we explore systems that recognize that knowledge accumulated over history in a way that it can be acceptable without necessarily going through a peer review process. I know so many knowledgeable people who I interview and who I talk to get a little bit of their knowledge, and then I use that and then I publish, and then I'm applauded for having written a wonderful paper, yet I just tapped knowledge, a little bit of knowledge from someone whose science does not recognize as being able to present, or who's not, who cannot translate the knowledge that they have. So it should be possible, and it should be possible to say, capture that in form of a recording in raw data in the language that they understand, and then use that as the raw data, and then from there think about translating using all kinds of media and whatever, and and make that available. Does not necessarily have to follow the format that we are used to, presenting methods and things like that. But there's knowledge out there possessed by indigenous people who know so much that we are trying to reinvent what they already know, yet we've not created a system which makes that knowledge consumable.
Okay, so we'll discuss a bit about good examples, but before that, I want to say that there are approximately 30,000 scientific journals in the world. And if with 30,000 scientific journals, we cannot publish anything from the indigenous communities around the world, that says something about the way those publications are run. There are approximately 3 million scientific papers published every year. Only 5% of them receive any significant number of citations. But how many of those are about indigenous communities, local communities, or by them? We can't even get the data, but they're probably infinitesimal. You just don't get that information. So as we think of IFS getting more researchers from these underserved communities, we have to think of these mechanisms also of promoting that research, of making that valuable, and also of making it accessible to global networks. Without that, it would be an unfinished agenda. So perhaps we could turn to some good examples. Do you think, or do you know of some good examples where indigenous people, and especially their organizations, local community organizations, they have actually undertaken the task of commissioning research, using research that addresses their needs, or where they have collaborated with universities and local nonprofit research organizations? Kathleen.
Yeah, in Santa Cruz, in Bolivia, we have the Bolivian Research Institute that is involved in, it has been for years in charge of measuring the permanent plots. And now it has also redirected its focus on working more with local indigenous people, communities. And now they are trying to strengthen local capacities. What they already know, what they already have, they provide more assessment, more opportunities for them to participate. And up to now, there is not much indigenous women participating. It's more like they participate more like practitioners, like measuring, providing data, collecting data, but not really participating in science itself. But the local people are getting involved in these kind of activities.
Stephen?
Thank you. I think good examples are examples that go out of the way of the mainstream expectations or ways of conducting science to try to get local perspective from indigenous peoples. And over my years of doing research and collaborating with working communities, I can talk about 3 projects or organizations. One of them is the organization ILEPA, Indigenous Livelihood Enhancement Partners Organization. It's an indigenous peoples organization based in Narok and has been very vocal in raising indigenous people's issues. And what they've done is to lead in research and documentation on issues identified by local communities as important with them. And they use local researchers, they use local languages to capture information and translate that and write them in ways which are consumable by the larger public. They've also been very critical in raising indigenous people's agendas on, at the national, at the policy and global levels. So basically creating that space and driving that agenda that there's need to recognize the voice of local people in in knowledge creation. The second example is an organization by the name of Soralo in Kenya, which is a conservation organization, Southern Rangelands Landowners Organization, and I happen to sit in the board of. And I'm presenting them as a good example because they start from the problem and try to set the research agenda. So they operate within a conservation area in southern Kenya, which has a lot of research interest, how to preserve lions from eating livestock, how to protect the environment from degradation. Researchers come and are given issues to work on. You don't come with your own preset agenda to carry research amongst the people. So by putting people first and people's needs first, I think they are able to come up with solutions that suit the purposes of researchers who sometimes want to do research to be able to get the data to get the accreditation for masters and PhDs. But also as they do that, the local community also gets to feel that issues that are of concern to them have been addressed. The last one is a project that I was part of, which involved the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, which is a partner of IFS, the University of Nairobi, which I worked in at some times back, and a local organization, Reto. And basically, this was a deliberate project set up with USAID funding to bring in a research organization, a local organization, an indigenous people organization, the MASA in this instance, and a university. And the deliberate structuring or creating that form of institutional arrangement was to bring voice of indigenous people, but at the same time allow the indigenous knowledge and the knowledge that is possessed by that community to be captured through a university system and lending it available for an action research organization like ILRI to utilize it. And through that project, unfortunately it closed because of funding issues, we were able to do and come up with very good ideas on how to protect rangelands, to look at the impact of climate change in pastoral rangelands, and see what plant species are being lost because of climate change, and also to suggest solutions on that. But I think the most important thing was putting the indigenous local community that is suffering at the forefront of designing, saying these are the issues, and being involved in the research process while working with partners who are able to translate that into publishable and consumable knowledge. Thank you.
So maybe at this time, it would be good to hear questions on these two areas about the current situation and any good examples also.
Thomas Rosvall, if I could just make a comment, I think it would be extremely useful to make a scoping study because there is so much happening in this area. I've been removed from it for quite a number of years now, but just to give 3 examples at the global level. There were 9 major groups in the UN. One was indigenous people, and I led the science and technology delegation to the UN every year for 7 years. And we worked a lot with the indigenous people to find these collaborative partnerships. I was also involved in the establishment of the biodiversity equivalent to IPCC, IFS, and they have specifically designed the importance of traditional and indigenous knowledge on biodiversity and use of ecosystem services. And one can look at their program. There is a lot going on, and it's very effective from what I understand. And there is a special program at UNESCO on indigenous and traditional knowledge. We should go to them and see what they are doing. And to address your last and very important point, more and more it's become in certain circles very important with what is called transdisciplinary research. And that is to engage the stakeholders in formulating the scientific questions before doing the research, to involve them in the research, and then to ensure that the results are communicated to it. For example, the Stockholm Resilience Center has a long experience, and there are many institutions globally that do that. So there is a very rich environment one can link into. Sometimes it sounds as if nothing has happened. You gave a number, both of you, a number of good local examples, and these are just global. So there is a lot that one can build on. It's not that nothing has been done. Quite a lot has been done.
Yes, a very good point. Still one is left with the question that when there's a major drought in Kenya, how come the entire research effort has not been mobilized to see what could be done to address that? I think COVID showed an example of how you could mobilize research to address a particular problem. And then these local crises are not perhaps being dealt with in the same way. Yeah.
Natalie.
Please, go ahead.
I can talk? Okay. I'm Natalie from IFS, and I want to say that I am originally from Madagascar. And I can say, as Thomas said, lots of research has been done regarding traditional knowledge. And IFS can deliver figures to show that things are happening in this field. And now we are just talking about scientists. And my point is now is not only scientists. Lots of traditional knowledge has translated already in applicable products. I say IFS grantees have provided that. Correct. But the application is they have to talk to the policy makers. And our scientists are not at all trained or ready to do that. Let me give an example. There is a plant in Madagascar, in the region where I am from, and he's dead now, Professor Vaswane Philippe. He's working a lot with traditional plants and medicine. And so from this, he's very used to be in the forest with, we call it local communities. But in our country, they're just Malagasy. They're just in the countryside, we call them. And then from that, in the evening, he is working on plants for medicine, talking with these people. They're men. They started to talk about funny things, exciting things for men. Then they were talking about how they become strong sexually, these men. And then they have a plant. I don't remember the scientific name, but it has been supported at the beginning by IFS. And then they call it a plant viril. How do you say that in English? Viral tree? Can I say that? That's how they call it in my country. Viral tree. Yeah. And it really makes you, let me say, better than Viagra. And then they made all this analysis. And even here, as we say, colonizing again, they didn't really trust the analysis of grantees in Madagascar, although they were sure. So then they asked people working with them here in Uppsala and in France to send it to different countries for their analysis. And now they found that it's really applicable. And what is good in that, it is in the roots of the tree. And it's not really competing with trees or plants that give us food. It really grows in very desert area. So it should be applicable. And I'm telling you, the professor here in Uppsala, he wanted really to do that for Madagascar. I have met them. We have developed that now in a private company here in Sweden called Dikot AB. And what happened was, so when I talked to the guy, our former grantees, to say, you should talk to the policy makers, how we could make these people rich. I know, honestly, really, the professor that I have here, that I have met here in Sweden, I am really sure that he wanted really to do the good for these people. And even this private company called Dikot AB. But then all these scientists, they were very scared to go to talk to the ministers and to the research development, and they said, oh, they will never give that to us because for environment issues. You see, so they are not capable to do that. So what happened then, these guys, since we know the molecule, what it is, so they had to go to, was it Zambia, they said to me? Or wait, so they have to see, since they know the principle there, so that we have to find another tree there in Zambia. And then in Zambia, they saw that they were at the same level as Madagascar, coming to move on. So they moved to South Africa. So have you know, surprised that then they move faster. So which is a pity, you see? And so it's really developing now, and it comes from 2 IFS grants. Just to tell you, and this local knowledge, you see? So that's to tell also, so we cannot just say the scientists, but how can you communicate those also to be really, because we have this knowledge and you can translate that in science-based evidence. And then you can have impact on these people. And also sad, you see? And so all journals talking about that, I think we saw it in Svenska Dagbladet, in Mexico, they were talking about it, and then those producing there, nothing for them. So really, I'm insisting communication of scientists with policy makers. It's really important. And also, what about our elite? What is their role? We cannot just criticize colonization. What is our role as well? To balance this. So that was just my comments. And with really true experience. I can give more example how Sweden has developed medicine from their collaboration with Madagascar and always stop because the scientists there, they cannot go and convince our policymaker. So this linkage also is missing, I think.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. I really cannot say that there are more than 100 journals to where you can deliver these publications. Yeah, you are right. But there are some. Plants and Nature, Nature and People, Etnobiología in Mexico, the Review of Ethnobiologie, I don't know, in Paris, which publishes in not only in French, but in Spanish and English. But, you know, don't you think that having these combined approaches, that means quantitative and qualitative, then it's a meeting point where scientists and the people, the organization of these cultures, they have similar or not systems to learn about the environment, where when the scientist is trying to describe this environment, he measures environmental conditions, perhaps some indicator species, but the cultural one also has a classification system. And this is a meeting point of considering things different. So I have seen many publications that are combining this, they are comparing both points of view. So it's going on. So it's not possible that in this century we are not considering the position of having both thinking, both knowledge going in the same publication. I have seen many publications going on. Thank you.
Okay. Sunita, did you want to say one thing, and then we'll move to the next?
So I can wait if you.
No,
rather,
yeah, go ahead. I think
the thing is, I'm kind of. I don't have a question, but I'm a bit confused in my mind, not about anything anyone said. Once I was berated quite loudly in a conference by me and the young MP who were talking about nutrition and that the maternal and child mortality rates are very, very high in certain what in India is called scheduled tribes, who are the historically most marginalized populations. And this gentleman who has dedicated his life, and he is from a scheduled tribe, and is trying to revive and keep alive the dying languages and so on. So his credentials are, really heavy, and I was a little like postdoc, So, and he berated me saying that the modern world is forcibly imposing what we think is science and development on these populations. If only they're just left alone, they would be fine. But since it's a matter of life and death, and it is sort of, undebatable, it was sort of easy win for me, if I can say. It's not a win and loss, but an argument to say there's a value to saving every life. And if an antibiotic saves, or if a C-section saves, or an ambulance saves lives, it should matter, right? But in terms of other kinds of social, agroecological, and other kinds of issues, I'm just wondering what the risks are in that heightened focus from our end as scientists and the modern science enterprise on indigenous populations. And is disrupting their way of life necessary, or is it important? What are the opportunities and actually threats there? I don't know. I don't have a take on it, but I just want to put it there. Are we just helping them commoditize their cultures and their knowledge and their plants and species so we can make medicines and whatever? I just would like the panel to reflect on the threats to those kinds of things as well, if that's possible, or anybody in the audience. Yeah.
Maybe we'll just park that and take it up in the reflection session. I think perhaps I'd like to have the video then before we move to the third question. Our third panelist could not attend because he had a family emergency, but he has kindly sent a video, and he is Samuel Nguifo. He's a Cameroonian lawyer. He's manager of the Center for Environment and Development in Yaoundé, and was awarded the Goldman Environmental Prize, which somebody mentioned earlier, in 1999 for his efforts on protection of the rainforests in Central America.
My name is Samuel Nguifo. I live in Cameroon, where I work for the Center for Environment and Development. We work in Cameroon and in other Central African countries, and I think the discussion we are having today is really key for the future of Africa, in the sense that we are trying to establish a better connection between science and local communities, to really put science at the service of communities. Let's keep in mind that more than 60% of the population in Central African countries live in rural areas. And when I look at Central African countries, there are three main obstacles to the involvement of communities in the research agenda, the research processes. The first obstacle is that research is still very much perceived as being an activity reserved to elite researchers, elite graduated from universities, the top level in universities, the best universities. So priority is given to hard science and very little attention paid to social sciences, to the understanding of communities. The second obstacle is research priorities, very often designed by the state. Funding comes from the state, and the state priority is very often mainstreaming development goals. This gives very little attention to sustainability, to communities' needs, and there is very clearly a need to continue the decolonization of the research agenda. The priorities of research should be decolonized. The objective, the working method, and the approaches to better fit the needs of local communities. And the last obstacle is that little to no formal interaction between science and communities is observed in the area. The interest of communities for science is not clearly articulated, and this is something that needs to change. On the second question, I will say it's interesting to see where people go in times of uncertainties. And for example, in the time of the COVID-19 crisis, communities in Central Africa turned to traditional medicine. They look at traditional doctors, and they were trusting the traditional doctors to find a solution to the health crisis. And it's interesting that in the very first days of the crisis, there were a lot of traditional medicines put in place by traditional practitioners that were used, including in hospitals, very successfully used. And the best example I will say is a drug prepared by an archbishop in Cameroon that was used in a lot of hospitals in Cameroon. That is very widely sold in Cameroon and in other parts of the continent. What CED does, we work with young researchers from lawyers, anthropologists, geographers, mappers, economists, agronomists, to support communities. They have received the basics of their discipline. And on the grounds of those basics that they have, and because they are not high enough in the hierarchy, they are still able to be influenced to take into account the needs of communities, what cannot be done with high-level researchers. And the simple question that they have working with their communities is, how can I make the most of my scientific discipline for the benefit of the communities? The answer will vary greatly, but always the answer is the result of discussions between our teams and the communities. And for example, when talking about optimizing agricultural production, it will never be about monoculture, but will be about a wide range of crops associated, staggered, that cover the whole spectrum of community need. So food, income generation, diversification, soil generation. So this is what we try to do. And one of the lessons that we learned was that junior researchers within communities for a good period of time develop relationship with community members and put a face on a need. That is really the key for us, the main lesson we learn. And on the third question, very quickly, it is imperative, it is really crucial to change the system in depth. And it must be recognized that the process will be slow because of the constraint I mentioned above. Researchers have succeeded after hard work at the university in reaching the top academic world are not ready to risk their position by changing the path of what they are trying to do. So if we want to rebuild the system, we have to admit that traditional knowledge is at least as important as academic knowledge. And academicians should be learning from the communities. Science should be at the service of development. And the purpose of development is currently changing. We are no more in the quest of growth. We understand that this cannot continue. We can't have the same level of growth for the 8 billion people on the planet. So we have to look at sustainable solutions. And finally, the mainstream education system must make room for the teaching of traditional knowledge and give space to scholars from local and indigenous communities. Thank you for your attention.
Michael had just one comment.
Sure.
Thank you. Well, I'm Michael Stahl, one of the former directors of IFS who have the privilege of being here. I have a few comments. Indigenous knowledge, I think it has much to contribute. But I think that going for indigenous knowledge as a scientific area in IFS will have organizational implications, and would like to address them. Now, the IFS core activity is grants, right? Competitively given grants, and the IFS signature is quality assurance, which is assured by hundreds of scientific advisors. Now, most of these are highly specialized university people, chemists, microbiologists, plant scientists. And I wonder if they are competent to assess applications which deal with indigenous knowledge. So it's a question. So if you go for it, then you would need to develop a new group of advisors who can assess these. I think that's okay, as long as indigenous knowledge will be one of many parts of IFS. But as I read papers here, I get the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong, that indigenous knowledge and local groups will take over the whole IFS agenda in the coming years. No? It says here that university structures, mechanisms stand as barriers to the effective involvement of indigenous peoples. So you have to look into this, because you don't want to make the advisory community irrelevant. So my question is, in the future of IFS, how big share will the focus on indigenous peoples and local communities take within the whole grant program? And to what extent are you going to develop new specialists for that? Because you have to do it. The signature of IFS is quality assurance. And if you go for this, for assessing proposals relating to indigenous knowledge, you need to develop a methodology on how to assess them professionally. Otherwise, you will fail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think those are very valid points that definitely need to be discussed, because I don't believe that anybody is saying, I don't think we are saying, that the rigors of the scientific process should be undermined in any way. You know, that's also now part of the human heritage, this way of understanding the world and the society. The fact that you know, what is presented as a truth can be defended rationally, it can be defended with argumentation, with evidence, and can also be open to the scrutiny of peers. So I don't think any, how do we need to build and evolve universities and all the institutions of research that have traditionally, especially in our countries, excluded people from the local communities. So that's the kind of barriers we have to overcome. And I think, if I may, we have to come close, or do we have 5 minutes for just discussing what needs to change? Or, yeah, what needs to change, as which is a big topic, and I'm going to throw it onto your shoulders to say, you know, how do you think, say, Stephen, research funding should change? You mentioned the way in which the project was managed, you know, with, to enable the local community to set the agenda. Could you give some suggestions on that, just on that particular topic?
Thank you, Sajita. I think what is important is to recognize that there's an alternative form of knowledge, system of knowledge, that has been neglected historically. And if you start from that premise, recognizing that there's a need for that inclusion, I think you'll make progress. So there's a need to recognize that actively, and actively push for the recognition of indigenous knowledge and alternative forms of knowledge as a valid knowledge system. This means providing a framework of funding, recognizing that form of knowledge, giving support and funding to people who claim or who present themselves as indigenous researchers and who want to do research that is pertinent and important to indigenous people. And there's already a framework, as has been spoken about at all levels, of local communities who identify that there's knowledge that is being lost and who are ready to take that opportunity. So funding those organizations, I think, will be a good step, and telling them to document things that they feel are important but are not finding their way into mainstream science. I think so that will involve building partnerships between local organizations, individual indigenous people, researchers, people who are custodians of knowledge, and universities, and finding a way, of bridging that gap to make that knowledge preserved but also available. It also requires going a step further. If we are bold enough to actually recognize indigenous knowledge holders and accrediting them. There's no harm, for example, for a university in the way they give out honorary doctoral degrees to identify a well-known, recognized indigenous person who holds knowledge in ethnobotany or in whatever field, and recognize that these are holder of indigenous knowledge, and it's someone who's knowledgeable in a particular field. I think it's also very important as a way of what needs to change, to let this conversation be driven by the people that we are talking about. Let local people in the South, indigenous people in the South, speak about what is it that they would like, what knowledge is it that they have, so that we do not repeat the mistake of deciding for them. If you're talking about knowledge generation held by a particular category of people, maybe we should be creating more space for those people to drive that agenda and document that. And lastly, because what is happening in science, the way that we do science, is a product of years, of training and growing and establishing a system, to recognize that it's going to take time, but it takes deliberate effort to create that space, to create that funding, to look for those people who are already driving that agenda and to support them.
Maybe just Kathleen, maybe address this question of, well, how do we disseminate knowledge which could be done, research which is done in a different way. Taking into account that, say, at the moment, even under open access, it may cost you something like $8,000 to get an article published, if I'm not right, even though the cost of publishing may only be $300. But for a researcher from the South, you'd end up paying something like this, and you don't have institutional funding. So if we move to indigenous researchers' participation being increased, how could we address this problem of dissemination of research results from that kind of research, not using the existing methods, or can we use the existing methods?
I think that we can still use it. I think the idea is not to exclude, but to be more inclusive and to provide more equity of opportunities to indigenous people. So I think, it's not an idea of just leaving aside the science, but providing indigenous people the opportunity to access that. And maybe with the chance of indigenous communities of collaborating with other people that can that have the skill for publishing. I know there are many journals that publish that we can have a discount if you come from developing countries, but they need to access to that information, and we need to collaborate to each other. And I would also like to highlight what has been said with the case of Madagascar. I think we all, including indigenous and also scientists in the city, we lack of skills for communication, to indigenous people, communication to decision makers, to policy makers. How do we write articles in newspapers? How do we write policy briefs? And how do we speaking in the public on TV to make a spot, I don't know, something that is relevant, because politicians don't have much time to listen to us. So how do we communicate effectively with them? Maybe 3 minutes talk with them, I don't know. We have to be prepared with all those skills, and also to provide that opportunity to indigenous people to do the same, accessing to those networks, to those skills, to those abilities. So it can be not only us, but also them, and expand, make use of that network. And if funding institutions can provide, or can, I mean, IFS is already being an important role player, being the helping us to be to have a louder voice. And so I think by providing these opportunities to interact with decision makers in different levels, and also the opportunity to speak, to get trained on this, I think this is very important and valuable. I myself lack, I feel I still lack the skill to talk to key stakeholders and how to communicate, and also the lack of management, how to manage. We are, as a scientist, we are taught to be independent scientists, but we are not taught to do it independently. We depend on institutions, and so how to manage all those things, to have managing skills also is very important. I think this is valuable not only for indigenous people, but for most of us scientists. Thank you very much.
So big thanks to our panelists. I think obviously there are a lot of issues that we couldn't discuss in depth, but I hope we have identified some good examples of indigenous communities and peoples participating in research. A lot is going on, as was mentioned by various people in the audience, but there are some systemic barriers to their enhanced participation, not just about capturing indigenous knowledge, but dealing with the indigenous people's issues, which I believe are very important to solving global challenges as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Sajita and Stephen and Kathleen. And as we get into the presentation that Malcolm and Nagisti will make, which also will be making mention of new kinds of partnerships. What we would like to do is to show just a few more very short videos of greetings from some of IFS's existing partners. So Bahati, if we could have those, and then we'll move into our presentation of IFS 2.0.
We at Circa express our salutations and warmest greetings to all the people behind IFS as we all celebrate its golden founding anniversary. As an influential body in communicating research to the general public, we are confident that IFS will continue to provide foundation in the evolving scientific bodies of knowledge for a more sustainable future and science-literate world. Cheers in establishing participatory, promising, and nurturing scientific breakthrough of tomorrow. Stronger at 50 for the sake of humanity. God bless IFS. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roman Warhol. I'm a senior program officer in the OPCW, Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. The organization supports peaceful uses of chemistry through various capacity building programs, like, for example, Program for Support of Research Projects. The program involves co-funding of research grants submitted to the IFS. Since several years, OPCW cooperates with IFS in this regard, commonly supporting scientists from all over the world. I would like to warmly congratulate IFS 50th anniversary and wish another years of fruitful cooperation. Thank you.
Hello, dear IFS friends. This is Nabil Elkand from the Capacity Building Units at IRD in Marseille. Hoping you all great. First of all, I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you, and thus I just wrote some sentences that I'm gonna share with you in this video. So in the name of my institution, IRD, I wish you a very happy birthday, and as we might say in my home country, Morocco, I wish you other 50 years of serenity and success. The IRD, through the capacity building units, is very happy to build up and share training projects throughout the world with the IFS. Our ultimate goal is the same, to participate in the empowerment of scientific communities in the global south. We do this by taking time to listen and know deeply these scientific communities in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. I just want to end up here by saying that we are stronger and more efficient if we keep on doing it together. Bye-bye.
Okay, and with those messages from partners, I'd like to invite Malcolm and Nagisti. In terms of being able to make sure that we have ample amount of time for conversation and discussion toward the end of our day, I'd like to suggest that we have this presentation and then that we take a break and that we come back for questions for Malcolm, Nagisti, other board members, other members of IFS, other people who are involved in this momentum, and that we then use that as the opportunity to ask the questions and make the comments, not only to Malcolm and Nagisti, but also to begin bringing us towards the end of a day in which we've been looking ahead to the future. So, Malcolm, please.
Thank you. What do we do here? Okay, I'll try to be quite brief. The first thing I wanted to do was to show a few slides about where IFS is, but we've heard quite a lot of that during the day, so I'm going to skip these first few slides. All of this is kind of, I think, understood. But I just want to summarize. I think we've heard from lots of people today, including our speakers just there, that IFS is pretty unique. It has met, and we can argue that it continues to meet a real need in terms of building scientific capacity in the South. The question then is, however, is this enough? This leads us into where IFS is going, and the reason for IFS 2.0, as we call it, it's not a 1.1. It's quite big changes that we're looking for, and this is because, as a number of speakers today have alluded, we have new and big challenges. We've all heard about Agenda 2030, the SDGs and so on. But in the last couple of years alone, we have seen post-pandemic issues, the pandemic first of all, and we're still suffering from post-pandemic issues to do with all sorts of glitches in the global system of supply and demand and poorly functioning markets and so on. We have conflict in many parts of the world, but especially now in Europe, which is creating a crisis of energy supplies, and we have crises of food supplies emerging. We have a global recession, and of course, underpinning all of this, at the background and indeed in the foreground of all of this, we have a climate emergency. And these big challenges require innovative solutions. We all know the sorts of problems we're dealing with. We have to decarbonize the whole range of human activities, from producing food to transport to housing, etc. We need to develop sustainable food systems that nourish the planet, not just feed people empty calories, but to actually provide proper nutrition for those that need it most at different stages in their lives. We have to protect biodiversity and ecosystem services and look after these. And we need to try and do all this while maintaining a thriving cultural diversity and trying to ensure that there's peace, prosperity and justice for all. I hate to spoil the fun by raising a theory of change at this stage in the day, but it took me about 2 minutes to scribble down what one might look like. And I'm sure there's lots to disagree with here. But the basic thing is that, you know, the IFS has been about enhancing research capacity in the South. But also, I think we need to facilitate more effective identification of the problems, the innovations, and how to put them into use. And that we believe that if we can do this, we can help those most in need access the food or the nourishment they need, protect and sustainably use biodiversity, and adapt to climate change and the other huge challenges humanity faces. We have skills in IFS, we have knowledge, we believe that we can operate cost effectively in terms of capacity building, and we have a track record in mentoring of early career researchers. But we have ambitions to go beyond this, to shift from being a mentoring organization, a research mentoring, to a change-making organization, to have increasing impacts. And these things will require, if we truly believe that this is where IFS needs to position itself going into the future, then we need to think about alternative models of increasing research capacity. Are we targeting the right people in the right way with the right support? We've heard today a lot about the flaws in how research needs are identified and prioritized. Are there better ways of identifying this? What about the role of truly demand-led research needs? We need to find or explore more effective ways of translating the science capacity that we're so proud of, so pleased to try and build into innovations that really help people, communities, countries and regions to adapt to things like climate change. What are the alternative modalities of enhancing research capacity? We heard lots of examples this morning and indeed this afternoon from all our speakers about this. And it's very heartening. And again, we've heard about harnessing other types of knowledge, or better harnessing other types of knowledge, including, we've heard a lot about indigenous knowledge, but also about more collaboration, better collaboration, and greater interdisciplinarity. And then I think also we need to consider more the kind of outcomes. IFS measures outcomes, outputs anyway, and to some extent outcomes, but I think we need to move into this and better capture lessons learned and move and modify what we do and how we do it and always improve our focus. So I now pass on to Nigisti to continue this talk.
Thank you, Malcolm. Yeah, we heard today a lot of discussions about indigenous people, local communities, and all the things that we really need to change and to make an impact in the lives of people. And we have been talking today about how we can prioritize early career indigenous and community researchers. And why do we want to do that? What are we going to do? And how are we going to do that? So, of course, the why we want to do that, it is mostly now alluded also by Malcolm. Yeah. I mean, our world is on fire. Immediate and pressing existential global crisis, like as we have been hearing about climate change, inequality, a lot of marginalization, and growing authoritarianism. And we've been listening, even though we have been doing a lot, we need also to do more, and we have to prioritize more on indigenous people, rural local communities, which are really on the forefront, the bleeding edge of all three, both most vulnerable and font of solutions. Demand for impact is needed now. Doing things differently and disruption, we have to really do things differently, and we have to be disruptive. And one reason that we have been having these panels today and the discussions about indigenous people and local community and focusing on that one, we want to go out of our comfort zone from IFS. We have been doing fantastic. We have been improving. There are a lot of change that we have done through time, but we want also to hear to the others to say what else can be done. How can we bring impact? How can we bring change which are fundamental? And how do we prioritize our actions? Because we need to prioritize. We cannot do everything. And how can we prioritize that? So the demand for impact and for change, it's now. We don't have time. And to do things differently and creating this disruption is also now. We don't have much time. So we need to rethinking development and development assistance. And as we have been talking, of course, IFS have been contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Sustainable Development Goals in general, they also tell us that we should not leave anyone behind. So who are we leaving behind? Who have been leaving behind? And how can we prioritize those who have been left behind? So in our new direction, what it is prioritizing early career indigenous and community researchers, their cautious and building their capacity, building their organizations and allies, and like research organizations and university, to go more for science for impact, and build also on our past and our best, a refining, a sharpening of the existing vision and strategy, and build on the proven efficient model, both our financial and technical support to promising critical thinkers and agents, change agents, which IFS unique value addition has been that, how to create a critical mass of change agents. So one part on this prioritization that we are talking is that how are we going to do that? And this is what we are trying to do, to pilot this new approach, which, as I have alluded in the morning, we have got some funding from the Right and Resource Initiative, and we have got a partnership support from SNSF to learn and adjust, and we are going to pilot this in 6 countries and organizations. We'll try to identify new partner organizations, IP and LC organizations, work closely with research organizations, universities, which have got extensive experience. Of course, as everybody has been saying, we need to strengthen the IFS, and Michael, you've been saying that if you want to go to do differently than what you have been doing earlier, you need change in our board, in our staff, and in order to be able to implement what it is needed in the new direction. So proactively engage with and learn from other organizations and research institutions which are already active in this arena. We held with Thomas to say that we are not starting from the scratch. There are a lot of things that are happening. So how can we do it in our best way, but also learn if there are similar organizations that have been doing this to do it in a better way. So parallel to this, we are also exploring other initiatives to see how can we strengthen, how can we use the IFS in our experience that we have been before, and to work more closely with different organizations and to do our due diligence in that part also. We've been talking about collaborate with industrial partners, and actually I would like to ask Farouk to speak about that, because what we are really trying to do is working with industries. But if you can really talk a little bit and link your talk also with what we have been listening on the indigenous people and local communities' needs. Yeah.
Thanks, Nagiste. I think what we have been discussing this morning is the issue with the local communities, how the local communities or the indigenous researchers are dealing with their local issues. And also one of the issues which has been discussed is that what is the research for impact, and you also mentioned size for impact. How do we translate the issues or the problems within the developing countries and give the solution to the local people over there and helping the researchers? So one of the idea which we have been discussing with Nagiste and with IFS is to involve industry partners. So first of all, I would like to give you one example. It's in your packs that I've been in my another role, have a biotech company. So I was working with a researcher with one student in Pakistan. So I funded his research through my company. And then we got a funding and we were kind of working with this particular student. But this student, through working with the industry experience with a UK industry, working in Pakistan, got so much experience that they start translating that research into their local community and started to develop local solutions. So we were working on a control of mosquitoes which are transmitting the dengue virus. And that particular student, in those resources, they were not able to do quite a lot of research, especially they were hit by the pandemic at that time. But working with the UK university and UK industry, they were able to use the new technology and rely on that technology and the information from the UK, implementing in Pakistan. And in the end up, they not only within their MSc study, ended up with 2 research papers in high impact journals. So again, that the issue which we're discussing, how to publish, those costs was bear by the UK university. So the developing countries don't have to pay it. But most importantly, they started to develop the local solution in Pakistan, how to control dengue, which is affecting all that area as well. So that sort of the model we are looking at, because when you involve the industry, straight away you're talking about what is the need in the market, what are the people looking for the solution. And by involving those stakeholders, you are immediately linking your research with the solution and with the impact. And my suggestion or discussion we have with IFS, why don't we involve the industry via a 50-50 partnership? So industry is funding the internships with IFS. So wherever the IFS is funding 100% at the moment, in the new projects, we give the research studentships or research internships in the developing countries where the industry says, okay, fine, we would like to work on your research project, but your research project need to have an end product. End product could be solving their industry issue, community issue, or in terms of improving their productivity. So these are the ideas we're discussing. So I think, again, starting point need to be what is the problem and what is the solution we're going to offer. So in this way, having that stakeholder, industry and the businesses, that would be a great idea.
Yeah, thank you, Farouk. Really, this relates to how we started with looking at what type of solutions. And I think it was Margaret saying that. Where do you start? Do you start by doing research, or you say, okay, what solutions are needed at a particular place and at a particular community, and to say, how can we help that through a scientific way to support and to help and to bring that type of solutions. So in a way, this is our what we are thinking in terms of prioritizing for the coming years through these pilot studies. But of course, we have been listening a lot. We are also going to talk a lot about the reflections now, and tomorrow there will be the board meeting, which takes up those all into one and try to make the final decision. And I would like to stop here and to ask if there are any issues, questions for clarification, which I would be.
So let's take a break.
Take questions.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's take a break. Okay, let's take a break. So Thanks. May I suggest that we take about 15 minutes, get a good cup of coffee, some water, hydrate, go outside, open the window, and then we'll come back. There are 3 names on the Reflection Sessions sign-up sheet. If you would like to make sure that you're not overlooked when we come to the reflections, we will make sure that everybody is included. So thank you very much. Let's come back in 15 minutes, which will be, let's say, 3:10. Thank you, everybody. 3:10. Yeah.
On my ship. Yeah. Yes, I have a
It's not that you're rehearsing lines. Really close to my heart. That I used to really have to fight.
Welcome back. Okay, the way that we thought we would frame this final session is to just hear comments from colleagues, from friends, from people who love IFS, for people who are relatively new to IFS, for people who've been here for as long as you can remember. But I would like to start the session in a very odd way, perhaps, for some of us, which is just to have a moment of quiet and reflection and to ask each of us, and we don't have to say a word to anybody else, where were you and who were you in 1972? Just think about it. You were born. Okay. Nobody has to say a word if you don't want to, but just think about it. Just think about that. 50 years. How far we've come, how far we've changed, how much we've learned, how much we've been challenged, how much we've tried to find a way through this thing that we call life. Jörg just reintroduced himself to me a few minutes ago, and the first thing he said to me was, "Aren't you the one whose father used to go riding horses in the mountains with you?" I said, "Yes, we did. He died 4 years ago today." And so he's been on my mind all day. He was a man who truly loved people, loved the world, loved relationships, and loved being able to understand others and to understand other people's motives and to find what was important and what was significant. And I did not intend to say this at this moment. It was not on my script. Jörg, you and I will, at least we all live the rest of my life remembering that you reminded me of this. And so I would just like to ask each of us to come to this particular session with a sense of love for IFS, an intention for the organization to not only succeed and continue, because that is an issue at hand, but also to thrive and to be the organization that it needs to be in order to deal with all of the issues that we heard.
I tried to duck.
I know you did. Okay. All of the issues that have been coming up today, all of the issues that have been in discussion this week, the weeks before, the months before, and the ones that will take place going forward. So with those rather personal comments, which I do not often do, but felt called to do today, I would just like to open our reflection session. And again, the way that we have decided to frame this session is to hear statements and comments from you, from each of you in turn. Those of you that would like to respond to each other, please do. And then towards the end of the session, before we break for the day, I'd like to end with the two colleagues who spoke to us first, with Arun making a few comments based on what you've heard today, since you charted us from the beginning in terms of this big picture, and then Margaret, in the beautiful way that you have of helping us to understand about humanity and communities and what it means to be us if you would offer some reflections as we move into the evening, when we'll be listening to music and dancing and toasting champagne, I understand, and doing other things. So I'm going to start by going down the list that's on the flip chart. Earlier today, there were no names on the flip chart, and now there are 5. Farouk, do you still have a comment in this reflection session? Your name is there? That's wonderful. John Young, please.
Very good. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me here and for the opportunity to provide some reflections on what I've heard so far. And I apologise because I'm getting old and I can't remember things, so I have to write things down. The trouble is my writing is very bad, so I can often not read my writing, so apologise about that. Anyway, I'm hugely impressed by IFS. And respect enormously what it's achieved, and I think we've heard a lot about that today. Mind you, I am biased because INASP has been working with IFS for about the last 10 years, long before I joined INASP, and we have very similar ambitions. INASP, I won't tell you what INASP stands for because it's very boring, but our vision is that research and knowledge should be at the heart of development, and our mission is to support those that produce and use research in the Global South to improve livelihoods. So we're working on much the same stuff. I really liked the first 2 presentations from Professor Aaron and Margaret. Completely different presentations, but I think arriving in the same place. I thought Professor Aaron's was very interesting, talking about the evolution on research on the commons, how it's lost the plot, it's now totally dominated by a focus on the role of the state and markets and the conditions necessary to make it work. And it's really lost the focus on community-level, challenge-focused and emergent research, and we need to bring them together if we want to find solutions to current problems. Margaret's was completely different. It was her own personal journey from country activist, about which she didn't tell us enough. Actually, I'd like to hear more about that. Community activist, not to grant maker, via a kind of intermediary period where she was bringing together researchers, communities and policymakers to kind of co-create solutions to problems. But arriving in the same place, I think, that we need more what I would call transdisciplinary research, in which researchers, communities, policymakers and practitioners get together to co-identify what the problem is, identify what research needs to be done, do the research collaboratively and in an interdisciplinary way, bringing together all disciplines and all forms of knowledge, and then very importantly, co-analysing the results and co-producing the recommendations. I think we need to do more of that. But that's not to say we don't need to continue doing what you might call blue sky or discovery science. That's really important, and many of the most influential discoveries have come out of that. Penicillin and the internet are the 2 obvious ones. And as a veterinarian with 20 years experience in Africa and Asia, and then 20 years experience working with researchers on how they can maximize the use and usefulness of that research, I've come to exactly the same conclusion. We need more of that. I liked the panel on decolonizing science, particularly the lived experience of the IFS grantees in their own countries. They face the real problems that we talk about, lack of resources, institutional systemic inequalities, between research organisations in the low and middle income countries, and of course massive ones between what I call the global north and the global south for simplicity. But of course they also occur in the much wider context of the socio-economic, cultural, innovation and political context that we all live and work in. I like the emphasis on some manageable solutions, relatively small-scale changes in budgets, emphasis on equitable partnerships, strengthening local, national, regional and global networks. But of course the big constraints are actually in the big world. They are the socio-economic and cultural factors which govern how we all work. And unless we, as a community interested in research in the Global South, use the results of our research to demonstrate the value of doing research in a different way and start to change that context, I don't think we will change very much. I was depressed and inspired in equal measure by the afternoon session on working with local communities and indigenous people with indigenous knowledge. Depressed because the problem remains the same from when I first went to Sri Lanka and then Kenya in the early 80s to work on improved animal health production and health. We did a lot of work on indigenous knowledge and ethno-veterinary medicine. We built that into the community level services that we worked with local communities to establish, but that wasn't supported by the veterinary profession, and it still isn't supported by the veterinary profession. But I think I was also inspired by the examples they gave of practical examples of where that is still happening, but we should have got a lot further in the last 40 years. And I think that brings me to IFS 2.0, which sounds great, as it seems to be in the same direction that we're going. We've been thinking a lot in INASP about how we can maximise the impact of our research, reach more people and have more impact on livelihoods. We have a global network, here's a bit of advertising, we have a global network of 25,000 early career researchers on a platform called AuthorAid. It was on a slide earlier on today. We provide information, run MOOCs, and provide mentoring and run online journal clubs through the platform. The platform is managed by a group of volunteers globally. They call themselves AuthorAid stewards. What they are feeling is that this global online platform needs to be much more rooted in real challenges which the researchers who are members of the platform are involved in. We need to bring them together with all the other stakeholders involved in trying to address those problems, and we call that building what we call an equitable knowledge ecosystem around a challenge, bringing together the researchers, the policymakers, the practitioners, the communities, working together to try to solve those problems. And that would seem to fit very well with the direction IFS 2 is going in. So I very much hope we can continue to work together in the future.
Thank you, John. Graham Haylor.
Thank you. The pattern seems to be to come to the front and stand at the desk, so I will do that. I'm Graham Haylor. I've done a few things, but one of the things I've done formally was to be the director briefly of IFS in the past. So I've had the privilege of experiencing IFS from the outside and from the inside, and now from the outside again. I've got 4 things I'd like to say, and I will keep it brief. The first thing is to do with one of the reasons we're all here, which is the celebration of 50 years of IFS. It's an amazing achievement. It's an amazing organisation. As CEDA said this morning, they haven't really funded many organisations for 50 years, if any others. So we're very privileged to have had that experience. And I'd like to encourage us all to thank IFS and all those involved for the journey they've taken for 50 years and the amazing success that that has brought. So if people would like to do that. Looking around the room, there's a number of us that have reached 50 or more in our personal lives. And I have to say, as one of that community, after 50 can be really good. But on a more serious note, we've moved into the afternoon sessions where we're really talking about where IFS is going to go next, and reflecting on some of the tentative thoughts that people have and have shared so far about what that is. I just have a couple of things that I'd really like to say. One is that I don't think IFS is doing the wrong thing. The problem is it's been doing it for 50 years and people lose interest. You know, you don't get promoted in a donor organisation for saying, let's just do the same thing. People want something different. But when the board deliberates and when IFS decides what it's going to do, don't forget that you're doing the right thing. Just because some people aren't funding it anymore, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It means we've got to explain to them that they're wrong. That's the first point. The second is that in order to create an organisation like IFS, it takes many years. And I've worked in a few organisations and very few have a culture like the one that IFS has. It's full of lovely people, and I'm not just saying grand words. It is genuinely full of lovely people. The whole culture of the organisation over the 50 years has been completely driven by that notion. It has a wonderful remit, and people really care about it. And it's very difficult to create organizations with that culture. And if we lose IFS, we lose that, and it's a big thing to lose. And I think the other thing that's a really big thing to lose is that if you go anywhere in the developing world, early career scientists, older scientists know about IFS. They know what an IFS grant is. They know how to apply for one. They know someone who's got one. That takes decades to create. There are various other donors in recent years have tried to create organizations like IFS, the French, the Germans, and when you speak to them about it, they say, yeah, it was a great idea, but we didn't really get any applications. IFS gets loaded with applications every year because everybody knows what it is, what it stands for, that you will get heard, that you will get dealt with in a good way. And it takes so long to create that. Let's not let it die. Those two reasons alone are really an important set of reasons why whatever we do next, whatever IFS 2.0 is, we have to make sure there is an IFS 2.0. I think I'll stop there.
Farouk.
Thanks, Bill. I already given my view on the industry collaboration. So, but first of all, I would like to thank IFS. I think you have done a tremendous achievement. And listening to the stories and examples this morning, you are making a massive change in the lives of the early career researchers and those communities who are working with. Again, then listening to the discussions which are taking place and what are the issues highlighted, I think one of the things which you need to kind of consider in the IFS2 is the research for impact. So I touched upon on the industry collaborations or working with the solutions. But one more thing is, which was highlighted back from there, that how do we equip our researchers to face with the to influence the policy. So that sort of a training and network. So if we can work on that sort of area, that whether it's an online training, whether it's a network community, or we give them some sort of training that how do you promote your research, how do you communicate your research, and how do you influence or how you interact with the policymaker. So the example which was given in Madagascar, that if you make a discovery, then its impact, and in this way it will be like a more fruitful. We can have a success stories that yes, IFS grant has resulted to this product or this solution or this contribution, and in this way we can have a community of network. And I would strongly encourage that after this pandemic, if we can have some sort of cohort or online training and mechanism where we can bring together all the communities together and then keep on working on. But it's a great job, and I think 50 years of success, I think it demands another 50 years now. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Fielding.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I think I'm here today just because I'm a fan of IFS and know many of the people that work there. And now I find myself quite strangely giving these reflections at the end of the day or as part of the list there. But I think it's been really interesting. I came here also without any clue that there would be, I mean, aside from knowing there would be a 2.0, but without any insight into what that may be. And I'm incredibly pleased to see how current and valid that is. My name is Matthew Fielding. I work for the Stockholm Environment Institute, which is a science to policy institute, headquarters based here in Stockholm, but with offices, 6 different offices across the globe. And so this has been very, very encouraging today. You see, I've not brought any notes with me. That's because it's all in my head, and now I'm up here, it's all gone blank. But I wanted to give one story that I think might. It came to mind immediately when I heard some of the contributions from the speakers today, and also when we saw the concept for 2.0. So during the Second World War, the British had this aircraft called the Spitfire. It was a revolutionary aircraft, and it would go out on missions and come back, and the engineers would look at where the bullet holes were in the in the Spitfire and think, okay, well, that is where we need to strengthen the body of the fuselage of the plane. That's where we're getting all the bullets. We need to strengthen that. And this went on, and they were able to, strengthen these areas of the plane in order to make it more efficient and more effective. Right? Wrong. What they should have done was looked at why the Spitfires that crashed, what caused them to crash, what caused them to be shot out of the sky. Not assuming that the ones that came back were the ones, the successful ones. And this is called the survivorship bias. And I think there is a tendency to feel like just because we have had success, that is what we need to build on and strengthen. In fact, no, we need to look at why did people not get through? Why did people not become doctors? Why did they not do PhDs? Why did they drop out? What caused them to lose interest in that? And that's, I think, exactly where IFS can work, not with those Spitfires that came back and were strengthened and are sitting in the room today, but why are there people from these communities we've been discussing today that didn't come here? And why have they not come here? And that is exactly where I think, when I see this 2.0, exactly where we can work to strengthen and identify those kind of people as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Matthew. Jörg.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jörg Pfister, Swiss Academy of Sciences, and I was a former chair of the IFS Board of Trustees. So I'm a he has been. So they are usually not taken too serious. So I can play the jolly role here and start maybe with also congratulating IFS to 50 years. It's really a wonderful story. One of my first meetings, I don't know if it was the first or the second meeting, was at the 25th anniversary of IFS. I hope to make it for the 75th anniversary. I will write it down in my diary, in my agenda. So congratulations. I think it has been said many times today what a wonderful job IFS did. And I think it was today honored for being a science organization. It's a science organization which did a terrific job, which has a vast community of science advisors, young scientists from developing countries, from the global south, looking up to IFS, hoping for IFS, applying here at IFS, doing a wonderful job. Now I'm a little bit confused after the afternoon. I learned, I don't know, are you not going to be a science organization anymore? Will you be a development aid agency? A change-making organization? Don't we have enough of them already? I'm not sure. It just struck me that I'm a little bit confused. I was thinking, what's the rationale for such a dramatic change? I think what we've debated today on the needs of local communities, that's very important, very relevant. The question is how you would link it to IFS. You may be surprised if I tell you, right now in Switzerland, for 2 or 3 years, we have the same debate within Switzerland, a heated debate on, in public health research, every citizen is affected. He's a part of a national community. How should science better be linked to the population? What about the remote valleys in Switzerland, landslides and changing environment, ski resorts which have to find new models? So science is running into these communities, cooperating with them, and we have a word for it. We call it citizen science. Citizen science. We don't want to turn every farmer in the mountain into scientist, but we are debating about how can the scientists, the trained researchers, those who have disciplinary expertise, how can they be enabled, enhanced to better cooperate with society? It's an issue of science culture, I believe. It's not getting rid of science or moving or making the civil societies and local communities, turning them into scientific thinking people. It's about a scientific culture that needs to be changed within the sciences. And I believe the challenge for IFS would maybe be to think about how can we stick with our label as a science organization and move towards a change of science culture, which shall enable that the young scientists you are supporting and training and enhancing in the global south, that they will be able to suitably cooperate with local communities, because I believe there's still a strong need for a strong science and research base now, apart from cooperating with local communities. So I think I would carefully think how you frame this in order not to lose what made you strong and what you've been honored for today. So that was just my general thinking. Maybe a last minor remark, because it has been mentioned here and there today, a remark with regard to dialogue with politics. You know, again, we need to achieve a dramatic transformation towards sustainability, towards a sustainable world. We all agree on that. So transformation, how to achieve this. What I often observe is that there are hundreds or thousands of highly interesting and very good examples on a local basis. Many, many things. And in these examples, maybe in contrast to what you've heard today, I see many good examples where research and science is on a local basis cooperating with the population. The problem starts there that even in this local context where you try to achieve a change, every local context has a general framework, a national framework, a national legislation, or even an international one. And my feeling sometimes is the higher you get up, the bigger the problem gets. On the local level, you can more easily keep something moving or move something. The higher up it gets in politics, the more difficult it gets. Ideology coming into the game, many, many things. So this science policy dialogue on a high level is really crucial. And there, I don't believe that every scientist must be turned into a superb communicator who can deal with politics. No, that's no way. You will always find scientists who have an excellent idea and they're not able to sell it to someone. But you need intermediate organizations, intermediate people who can build bridges. Very often these are also separate organizations, academies or whatever. So these bridging structures, I believe, are very important. And there, I know we've had this discussion briefly before. It always strikes me, I think IFS is also exposed to these challenges in science policy, being aware of the volume, of the size, of the financial resources of IFS. It's difficult to deal with everything, but maybe to think more about the more strategic cooperation with the international Science Council, the former ICSU, which is very heavily being active, committed to science policy. Thomas Roswell knows it very well. There's lots of things going on there, and maybe just as an indication, a hint to think about the more strategic partnership with this organization to join more explicitly forces in terms of science for policy, because I can imagine there would be many benefits for IFS in there. So, and I finish with that and congratulating again everyone for the wonderful work you do for IFS. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jörg. Kathleen?
Thank you very much. First thing I would like to say is thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And I want to share my appreciation for the care and trust that IFS provides. As it has previously said, the culture that IFS has as an organization is very valuable, and it can be felt by alumni, by me, by just interacting with you. It's really easy to feel the environment and how the culture of interacting with each other. So I can also feel immediately the care and trust, and this really don't have it's unvaluable, and it means a lot. So I hope that IFS continue to be inclusive. I know a lot of work has been done to include women, for example, in science. I hope IFS continue to be more inclusive. I don't know, maybe you are exploring the possibilities to include indigenous people. I think is very important. The strategies, I guess, are how to develop strategies is really a big challenge, how to do it more effective. And so I just want to highlight three words that came across my mind while I was preparing for the panel and also while listening to everybody, which is multidisciplinarity. At different levels, like whether IFS decides to provide support to people, indigenous people, or only to scientists. I think there is a big need to multidisciplinarity. I don't know, not only for communication, but also at different administration. I don't know, the social issues. So there is a big need for, I don't know, having a multidisciplinary team to support the researchers. Continuity, which means like how do IFS or other institutions working in this issue continue to interact with researchers that have received funding? And the third word is interaction at different levels. Whether we decide to focus on indigenous, how to provide opportunities for indigenous people to interact at different levels, or how do we interact? Do we alumni interact with funding agencies like IFS, for example? I think it's very important to keep interaction for future, and this means a lot. It helps to continue with science, provides a louder voice, as I previously mentioned. And so regardless of whatever path IFS decides to take, I think multidisciplinarity, continuity, and interaction, depending what way you decide to look at, are very important words. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Thank you. A lot of good things have already been said here, and I really agree with, for example, Graham and Jörg in focus on what IFS is good at. If this is going to be IFS 2.0, don't forget IFS. I was involved in discussions at CEDA because I was chair of the CEDA Scientific Advisory Board when they discussed the future of IFS and the funding. And it was very clear that CEDA focused, and I'm very proud being a Swede, both having CEDA and IFS, really focused on strengthening science with priorities set in the global south, not priorities set in Sweden, engaging the scientific societies, setting up funding mechanisms, and supporting PhD students. The only problem was that they had lots of these PhD students, and once they got their degree, they went into only teaching or administration because there was no money to do science. I mentioned this to several when I was at ICSU, as Jörg mentioned, in Paris. For a period there, Govardhan Mehta, the then president of one of the Indian Academies of Science, said to me, "Do you know, Thomas, I'm now president of the academy. My first grant was from IFS. That made me a scientist. And that is still as valid. Don't forget that. But then, of course, science has changed. There has been a lot of discussion on indigenous people and engaging local communities. Yes, and there are new methodologies coming up, as I've already mentioned. You can build on that, but don't forget the importance not only of grants, but also the importance of the mentorship within IFS and the networking to build continue to build a scientific community. Like Jörg, I was a bit confused earlier today. I found it rather unfocused from time to time. And there were lots of exciting ideas, and that's why I've had difficulty synthesizing all these impressions that I've had. Very many interesting things. But what I'm worried about is that you see a pot of money here and a pot of money there and a pot of money down there, and you go after the money. And you bring on board a number of organizations, each with their own preferences, and you lack the focus. You have to have the focus. You have to have your identity. You have to have your soul. During my career, I've used a citation, 2,500-year citation from a Chinese on the art of war, and I'll make it again. Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without the strategy is the noise before defeat. And I've heard a bit about the strategy. I've heard nothing about the tactics. So you need to do that as well in order to build on the strength and don't lose your identity. Because if you come up with a very important area where you want something to happen, that can happen without IFS. Then it's better to set up a new organization if it's not based on the strengths of IFS. And that's, of course, one conclusion that's possible, that this process leads to something. There are many, many suggestions today for important areas, and some of them I don't think is fit for IFS because it doesn't build on the IFS strengths. So be a bit careful about only going after the money. But good luck. You're an absolutely fantastic organization, and you're as needed now as 50 years ago.
Others, please. Natalie?
Okay, sorry. Yeah. And we heard today that we should link up as well with industries. And I'm very happy to hear that. But actually, what I want to point out, it has been already said to IFS for many, many years. I'm responsible for food science research. Then when my area was evaluated, that was in 2005 or 6 or 7, then it was already pointed out that we should work more with industries, especially that food science is applied by nature. Nothing has happened since then. And now we're here now. And also when we work also with natural products, actually we have already application in industries. But I want to share with you, probably we need to have also different constitution here. In our scientific committee or the board, we don't have really social scientists where we deal with communities, with application, with human beings. Stand back now. Who are these people sitting there? We have social scientists, of course, just in social science, but what are the interaction that we should have there? Okay, I see one now. I remember now that he is in social science, yeah? But still. And then when it comes to industries, which is very, very interesting, but we are not really equipped for that yet. So we have to think of that as well. I want to share with you, when I studied at IFS, there was a grantee from Mexico, very bright one. Then he got his PhD, he got one first grant. And then he was identified by Nestle. But since a part of his project was a part of IFS grant, so when I asked him his report, he was really hesitant because then it belongs to Nestle as well. There is a problem of being confidential and being patent and everything. And I was very embarrassed. I said, no, you have used IFS money. I want to have your report and it has to be evaluated. I want to know how you have used people's money. Then just to say, we were not equipped. Then he told me, yes, but there is confidential issues and this and that. Luckily, at this time, our reviewers, they signed a paper with us to say that this is confidential and I accept. But if you are really moving to that, we probably need to think of that. I face this problem, so I think it's good that we think of industries, but I would like to say also that we have to think we cannot just be with people in science. We need laws, we need also people dealing with communities and so ever. So this is really important if we want to move on and to diversify it. So I want to share that because that was a terrible experience that I had when I started first. And I am still passionate. I remember when you talk over the phone, so I remember that until I got it. And then I had really to call all our advisors to sign that they wouldn't really share this. So I want to share this experience with you. To think of who should be also on the board and who should be also on our scientific committees.
Thank you, Natalie. Others, please. Others? Yes.
Thank you. Well, I've already been up speaking, but I want to join all the others who have congratulated IFS. It's a great organization. The project idea is wonderful. It's been working for a long time, and I'm sure it will continue to work. I would just like to bring up an issue which has not been touched upon today. Maybe it's relevant anyway, and that's where the home of IFS. It was founded by the Swedish Engineering Academy. It was housed in this very building for a while. Then it moved on to another location. However, for many years there has been a discussion about should IFS Secretariat really be located in Sweden? And there have been many pros and cons. Of course it should be here. No, maybe it should be closer to the grantees. Maybe it should be relocated to the global south. And we have had discussions, serious discussions with the board, also with possible partners. For a while we had an experiment of setting up a sub-office in Africa. Funding did not allow us to continue with that. But I just hope that IFS is continuing the discussion. I don't say that Sweden is the wrong place, but it would be, of course, an advantage, since most of the grantees now are in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. If the office also could be there, hosted by a strong academic institution with good reputation, I think there could be both funding possibilities to cut costs and possibilities to increase funding. Because during my time at IFS, we had so many discussions, negotiations with donors, new donors, who were very much fascinated by IFS, its current concept. But when it came to the more nitty-gritty aspects of an agreement, they said, what? Should we send the money to Sweden? We want to support science in the south. We cannot do that. And so there are also diplomatic arguments in favor of a relocation of IFS Secretariat to the south. So with the current communication, I mean, the SAC meetings, the advisors, the board, they could as well assemble there. I know it's much more difficult than that, and there are so many complications, both legal, diplomatic, funding-wise, and so on. But I hope that when you move ahead with IFS 2.0, that you don't forget this issue. Thank you.
Others, please. Anybody? Okay. Arun, can I ask you to say a few words?
In trying to make sense of all that has been said today, I think there's one point that's crucial to keep in mind. If you're not comfortable, if you're not uncomfortable, you're not really working. So I think the discussion today has made some people uncomfortable. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I think where IFS stands now really exemplifies the cliche that the Chinese character for crisis is also the character that has the meaning of opportunity. That's where IFS is. That's where IFS is. I've heard a number of things said about indigenous knowledge, indigenous peoples, local communities. But one thing that has been said, which I reject out of hand, is that indigenous knowledge cannot be scientific. One of the first papers I wrote was called Dismantling the Divide Between Indigenous and Scientific Knowledge. Fashions have changed. It's many who claimed that indigenous knowledge is not scientific want to maintain that separation. And many who now believe that indigenous knowledge is the source of optimism and prosperity also want to maintain that distinction. Make yourself uncomfortable. Think about why indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge are both knowledge. The internal differentiation between different categories of indigenous knowledge and that between different categories of scientific knowledge is far greater than that any dividing line can draw between indigenous and scientific knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is as rigorous, can be as rigorous. Western science can be as sloppy, is as sloppy as the other. So I simply do not accept the assertion or the suggestion or the implicit argument that focusing on indigenous knowledge is going to make IFS a less scientific organization. But at any rate, that is not the claim or the suggestion or the path forward, as I see it, identified in IFS 2.0. And I must confess, when I hear these words, concessions 2.0 or IFS 2.0, it makes me uncomfortable because I don't know why, if there is a new path being charted for movement forward, why the one, I'm going to leave that hot potato aside. I think the main thing to think through is exactly what many of you have said, which is that IFS must not give up on all the good that is its history. But I don't see any necessary opposition between the idea of supporting indigenous groups and their scientists, their activists, their professionals, their researchers to make change happen, and the idea of using the best science to make the most positive possible impact on society. IFS's history of working to create the best science, and by science I include social science and ecological science and biophysical science and all the different varieties of science, including indigenous science. IFS's history of working to make the best science possible will help it chart the path forward for using the best possible science for making change happen. Because the idea of doing science for science's sake, it doesn't even exist in research, purely research-focused organizations at this point. So there's a great future for IFS. It is based on what IFS has accomplished. It is likely to make a difference in the world that would not happen without IFS 2.0. I think that's really all I have to say.
Margaret.
Thank you. I would love to tell the additional story about my life as an activist. And probably it will help a little bit with the dissemination piece and the policy space. If time allows, I'll do that. But I want to start from where my colleague has stopped and instead tell a different story. When indigenous people started a couple of decades ago to say, by the way, things happening in a different part of the world are affecting us in our part of the world wasn't ready to listen. And there were scientific convenings, including the COPs. And indigenous people studied what happens in the international architecture of decision making and started to craft a counter. It's not by mistake that COP in Paris sided with indigenous rights. It is not a mistake that the COP in Glasgow, sided with the indigenous people. It's many, many years of work. Many years of work, changing a narrative, changing a perspective, and making the case. But when you look at what made the pivot, what made the click, it was science joining that movement. When the scientists said, we have only a short time and we need to bring it below 1.5, the politicians woke up. The politicians woke up, made commitments, and we are still struggling with them today in Egypt to meet the commitments. As they are struggling to put the resources to justly think about loss and damage in Egypt now, development aid, donors, private philanthropy are stepping into that space. I tell that story to say science alone without people may not move us as fast as we want to. And we may even get there when it's late. I liked his analogy about strategy and tactics. You will get there, but will you get there in time? Will you get there with meaningful impact? Will you get the change you're seeking for? Imagine if science had joined indigenous peoples 3 decades or 4 decades back. Probably the rush we have about global warming would not be there. So I'll now turn back to IFS. Maybe the bigger question you need to ask yourselves is, is multidisciplinary research science? Is it or is it not science? And can science alone be science when it's not driving change, when it's not giving solutions, when it's not causing impact? I will compare you to an organization I worked for that also turned 50 years and had a similar discussion. Landesa, 3 years ago, turned 50 years old. When they started, at the time they started, the major focus was there is poverty and you need poverty eradication in the global south. Now the conversation had changed to equity and justice, and they had to work through those difficult moments of redefining culture and issues, but retaining the identity of the organization. And I'm very glad a lot of you see the value of retaining the identity of IFS. And I also don't think that focusing on indigenous people's issues does have to vary your identity. You can still be a scientific organization. It is all in the detail of strategy and tactics. How do you want to achieve that? You can reimagine how you work. You can be intentional. You can co-create the space. You can do hybrids. You can find a strategy to make sure that your scientists go back and serve community.
Do we have another one?
You didn't like what I was saying. And create solutions that serve community. So I think you're in a good place. Discomfort is good. Thank you.
Annika, would you like to introduce our final video?
Yeah, mailman, postman, Bahati. We are ready for the the last of the greetings in this room. But when you leave here, there is a big screen outside, and all the 80 greetings that we have received are there. You can see they are on a loop, so you might stand there for a long time, but it's there. So let's do the last one.
Hello everyone, my name is Mary Emeragi, a PhD student of the University of Abomey-Calavi in the Republic of Benin and an IFS grantee of 2020. I'd like to wish IFS a very warm 50th anniversary, and I thank you for all your work, all your efforts in the Global South in empowering young women, men, and young people all across the Global South. Your grant has improved my work and has pushed it forward in the molecular aspect, and has also enabled me to aspire to greater heights. So I thank you so much for having brought this grant to me. Thank you so much, IFS, and happy anniversary.
Nigisti, if you'll say a few words of closing, I'll have something to say at the end to wrap us up, and then we'll go into our evening.
Yeah, what to say after all? I'm this. What was Arun saying? Feel the discomfort, and I'm really feeling it, and I hope that will help. But it's been a great day. It was a day that really. Yeah, exactly. It was a day that you feel the love, the friendship, the humanity, the being together of the IFS family, and the honest and, what can I say, the heartfelt feeling that you have for this organization. Personally, I'm so grateful to a lot of people. There was times that as an IFS director, I was feeling alone, but all the time when that feeling was coming, I can pick a phone, I can disturb people. I can call Thomas, I can call Jörg, I can call whoever is there to say, hey, hello, I have got a problem. Graham has been behind me all the time, and a lot of people, Michael and all of the previous directors, the board members. So it is an organization that you can feel it is work, it's an organization, it's duty and responsibility, but at the same time, it's home that you can be yourself, feel comfortable, be angry, and next day have a coffee together. So it's really great organization. And that culture, as many of you have been saying, is a culture that we don't want to lose. That is what IFS makes it different. I'm not sure whether there are many organizations, maybe everybody says about their own organization in this way, but it is really special. And that speciality is because of the people who have been working with IFS. And that work has been based on devotion, consideration, and thinking about the goodwill of everybody. So, yeah, 50 years of success, which is very good. 50 years of challenge, and we will go ahead. We will try our best. There will be many other new people who like IFS and would like to join IFS and who are going to support us. The only thing I can say is really thank you very much for everybody. And we had a very long day, intensive day, which has made us comfortable or not comfortable. But now we are going to celebrate. It is 50 years, we are going to celebrate. But I would like to give the some of a gesture for those people who have been talking and contributing today, just as a remembrance of IFS. And I have Arun. Where is he? Yeah. Babita.
It's very heavy. I can barely.
I know. Jörg was mentioning that he remembered the 25th anniversary of IFS. This was produced at the 25th anniversary of IFS. So we have plenty of mementos.
Kathleen.
Kathleen. And yeah. And Margaret. Why don't?
Where's Margaret? You're welcome.
Eugenia.
Maria Eugenia. Thank you very much.
And Sashita.
Sashita. Thank you very much.
And Stephen. It is not the little bell. If you see him this afternoon or this evening with the bell, he has taken it to put on his little goat. I'm going to bring it back to the IFS.
Thank you.
There you go.
Suneta, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So let's go. Relax. We have been sitting a lot, and we will have dinner. Can you make the announcement? Yeah. And we still have got the whole evening to be happy and celebrate together.
On my part, I want to say thank you. It's been a fascinating assignment. I don't view it as an assignment. I view it as an effort of love, because I love the people that I know in IFS, every one of you, the ones that we don't see here. It's been a great joy to be involved in the various ways that I have over the years, organizing meetings and workshops, and perhaps most importantly, this, because it truly is about this. It's the stories that Nagisti and I were able to write from the voices of the grantees, the board, the SAC members, the staff, every one of you. And it's all in here. Please read it. If you find a typo, please enjoy it. There's one, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. And I just want to say thank you for your patience with my ways. I ask your forgiveness for my mistakes. And I wish you all the best in your careers. Of course, I wish IFS all the best for the future. And I'm told by my much younger colleagues that it's at this point that I have to say thank you to all the people who are out there online. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be on YouTube. So thank you very much. Let's have a wonderful evening together. There's going to be music and champagne, and no matter what comes from tomorrow in your discussions and in the weeks ahead in the secretariat and the boardroom, be together, love each other, and the world will be a better place because of IFS. And now I'm giving the microphone to Annika.
I've got two. Yeah. I am one of the program administrators. That means that when I started, twice a year, we had meetings with the scientific advisory committees. And that's when we go through all the applications that come into a specific area. Normally, it would be a 2-day meeting for groups that had a lot of them. And in the morning, the first day, or rather at lunchtime, the first day, I was always, oh my God, we're never going to get through all these things because it takes such a long time. The time frames were crashed, schedules ruined. And then suddenly, at the end of the second day, poof, it was done, and we were actually a bit early. Any reference here, maybe? Before you leave today, let me give you some practical information for the rest of the day and evening. There is no scheduled, organized activities from now on until 6:30. But there are things to do. When you leave this room, if it had been 5 o'clock, when you left this room at 5 o'clock, you might have heard some music. You will hear some music.